Chairman, and I do apologise for the delay. We were waiting for the representatives from NHS to turn up. We've got 1 out of 2, but that's not sufficient. So I propose to go, when we start the meeting, to go straight on to item 6, the annual report on schools' performance. So first of all, apologies from absence. Well, first of all, welcome to the 2nd of March meeting of the CYP Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And apologies for absence. I've had apologies from Councillor Sands, Clive Mailing and Celia Buxton, from Councillor Ahmed and Councillor Thorne. Are there any others?
Councillor T-John will be late.
Sorry?
Councillor T-John is likely to be late.
Councillor T-John will be late. Thank you for that. Okay. Item 2, can I sign the record of the meeting held on the 5th of January as being correct? All those in favour say aye. I have no urgent matters. So are there any disclosable pecuniary interests or other significant interests or any declarations of whipping? So, Councillor O'Hara.
Item 9 closely relates with one of my businesses, so I will be standing out of the discussion today.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Councillor Cooper. Pat.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Item 9, also page 137, Rock Rivermead is being mentioned, and I am a governor at Rivermead School.
Thank you for that. Is that all? Okay. In that case, we go on to item 6, which is the annual report on the school's performance for the academic year 2021 to 2022, which you'll find on pages 53 through 120 of your pack. Despite our invitation, the Regional Schools Director has advised that she is unable to attend this meeting. So Rebecca Smith will introduce the report, supported by Aretha Banton. So officers, is there anything you wish to add to the report before I open it for debate?
Good evening. Can I just add one comment to support what's written in the report in relation to the dates of the report? At the beginning of the annual schools report, we have stated that because there was no testing of pupil outcomes until the last period, July 22, the comparisons of pupil outcomes as set out on page 10 of the report relate back to the last set of exams or testing that was done in schools prior to the pandemic, which was 2019. So apologies if it presents as a little confusing, because the report is set out for 2021 to 22, and then some comparisons for the data relates back to pre-pandemic. That's simply because there were no testing exams or testing done during that period between 19 to period 20 and 21. So just to set that in context. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone understand that? Good. Okay. Members, questions? Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So a number of questions, if I may. Just related to and thank you very much for giving me clarity. I know I raised it prior to the meeting. I just wanted to know, we do have data sets, however, as I understand it, for last year, certainly published on Key Stage 4 performance. I know that data is available online for parents to have a look at. So I'm just wondering why are we looking at 2019 data sets when there are more up-to-date data sets? So that's my first question. The second question is just really a confirmation, therefore, that and one of the issues which I suspect tonight is going to come out quite heavily is this issue of absence. So if I'm reading this correctly, pre-pandemic, there was a persistence absence issue of 13.4%, so 1 in 8 of our students being acknowledged. Can I just confirm that that's accurate and that's not a COVID indicator? That is a pre-COVID indicator. It's my second question. So, and then my third question is on a more broader narrative. So on page 54, 3.1, it gives you the sort of summary of all of the key measures. I think it would be remiss of me to point out that a lot of those measures are not a positive. There seems to be a bit of a deterioration in outcomes pre-COVID. So can I ask for some narrative as to why we saw deterioration in outcomes before COVID happened? Because presumably that's based on the 2019 data set in the appendix, which it's referencing there. It says the full analysis and narrative report is provided as Appendix 1, and it's presumably linked to the headlines of performance analysis. I'm just really confused as to why the data you're giving us is 2019 when other bits of this report are 2022, I'm just really confused as to why you've done that, why you've presented 2019 headlines and performance analysis to us this evening. And I really need some clarity as to why you've done that, because I'm not sure that that's not an error. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to address those points. First of all, I recognise the point you initially made about data being available online or in the public domain. Standards Testing Agency was very clear with all local authorities that the data set was not reliable and schools were not to be held to account, although they had submitted their teacher assessments during the interim period between the last data set in 2019 to July 22, but that data could not be considered at a local authority or a national level. So although data set was available, it wasn't to be used for the purposes of holding schools to account, and we were to disregard it. So the second point you raise about persistent absence and the figure of 13.4, yes, you are right, the persistent absence and the data that's been brought before to overview and scrutiny in relation to persistent absence continuing to be a priority for us in Medway. We've set out in the report, as we said, it's the data that came from the census, which is then 2 years in arrears. The previous report, which understandably members would like requested, that was brought to a different committee, did outline a more recent data set, and we still highlighted that in Medway there is a difficulty with persistent absence and overall attendance figures, and there are a number of actions that we've taken to work with school leaders, including work with the Department for Education. Local Attendance Alliance has been set up, set up at the current time, working across Kent and Medway with a number of education leaders and organisations as a priority. And at the same time, we have been appointed to Department for Education lead for attendance, as have all local authorities in the country, because this is a national priority, and particularly post-pandemic, we are remaining really vigilant on this issue and are concerned that there doesn't seem to be the shift that we would like in particularly persistent absence, but overall attendance figures as children have returned to school. Your final point, Councillor Osborne, I believe, in relation to the deterioration in pupil outcomes, this report sets out, as does every annual schools report, the previous year. So it feels probably a little bit frustrating, and I share, and I know we've had that discussion previously, but we are looking at the performance of 2021 to 22. So although we have data sets that are more widely available, for example, the attendance figures that we have talked about before, the census data that this report is written on does then present as in arrears. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Can I take you to page 102, please? We're talking about data and dates. I was quite surprised to see reference suspensions, the trend of reduction in issuing suspensions from 2016 Now, 2016 is quite a while ago, so why on earth is that date in our information tonight? It just seems way out of kilter, quite frankly. And also, I was also interested to read about the fact that black, Chinese and ethnic minority children seem to be doing a lot better than their white British children. Is that still happening? Because I think we need to know this, because I know the information here sometimes keeps going backwards and forwards from 19 to 22. So, you know, it will be interesting to know if that is happening, because I know that through my interests, you know, with black families, that they do like their children to be actually in school. But when I read that suspensions from 2016, I was amazed, because that doesn't relate to anything, really.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Apologies, it wasn't intended to be anything other than illustrating the point that of a trend over time, but I do take on board the point that you're making about the period in time being some time ago. The important analysis for the education team was to identify that permanent exclusions continue to have reduced over time and continue to be in a positive place in relation to below national. But that suspensions, particularly in the secondary sector, are above national and are continuing to be so. So the breakdown that we've provided there gives a clear picture of the reason that is in line with the same reason for national suspensions, but that still it is a concern, and that we've broken that down really clearly to present that information as a trend. But I do take on board the point that you're making about 2016, so we'll take that out in the future, so far back. The point that you make about black, Chinese and other ethnic minorities and the breakdown there, I'm not sure if I have anything further to add at this point. It's just for information. I think for the purposes of this report, it's essential for us that we, of course, discuss it this evening, but even more important for me, and please take that in the spirit it's meant, is that this report goes out to education leaders, so they really have the in-depth analysis, and they can analyse their own performance in school in relation to what these trends and what the information is telling us and telling them as well, because they can compare their own performance in schools in relation to all these different measures. So I think that the further analysis needs to go on at a school level. Thank you.
Clive.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rebecca, for the report. Three things, if I may. The lower success at the end of Key Stage 5, which is detailed in the report. So there is a marked lower achievement of getting to university than the national. That is in the same report as has already been discussed about lower achievement across key stages, but of course they're not consequent on each other because it's a snapshot of a particular year. So that's historic. There is a slight improvement on the apprenticeships, but it is recognise it absolutely, but it's minimal. I just wonder whether we are able to look at that process. I don't see universities being the be-all and end-all. It's important that at the end of education, people are able to find employment, further training, university if that's appropriate. But if that's a bit of a marker, it's a bit of a worrying marker. I just wonder about the status of IAG in schools, particularly towards the end of the schools, potentially, I think, maybe in the non-selectives. So my career was in non-selectives. We were very keen to get people to university and into college and into high-grade apprenticeships. Two other points which I think will probably be a bit quicker. It's worrying that there are such high levels of SEMH in the PRUs, and I guess that's a feature of the wider issues that we have historically with mental health support. we're clearly failing those young people if they're being excluded, and we're finding them concentrated in the PRUs. I just wonder if there's any further update. I mean, we have had information on, the mental health support in schools, for instance. Just wonder if there's anything that can be added to that. And then finally, the EBAC. I wonder whether there's an impact on results of the EBAC, particularly non-selectives. So the principle of directing students to a particular mix of qualifications, I think, works much better in selective education than it does in non-selective education. I'm not decrying the idea that young people should have a broad and balanced education, but I think it's a constraint that may well have a deleterious impact on achievement if schools are having to oblige young people to take a particular mix of qualifications that they may not then choose, or alternatively the schools are putting the young people first and saying you don't have to take that selection, but then that will register in the figures. So I just wonder if there's been any discussion or any thoughts around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. If I may, I'll pick up on the Key Stage 5 and put that into context to a wider piece of work, and then Aretha may wish to comment on the EBAC question specifically you've raised as well. I think we'll all be aware that Celia Buxton has commissioned a post-16 review in Medway, working with education leaders, colleges, and very much a broader range of providers than we've ever examined before and worked so closely with before, in addition to our excellent work with Mid-Kent College. And we're in the middle of just an analysis of that, very much addressing some of the points that you understandably raise, partly about that this last set of data for Key Stage 5 pupil outcomes, but also about that aspiration, about the breadth of choice that's available in the local area, about the aspiration and the separation of achievement between selective and non-selective. So there is very much that ongoing focus, and literally last week there was the beginning of that evaluation. So it isn't right for me to perhaps comment tonight on that as yet, because the findings of that will come. If I can move on to the comment, understandably, you pick up on about SEMH levels, particularly in PRUs. I think we're aware that the Department for Education have been very clear that the role of PRUs moving forwards is to have a greater involvement in the SEND system, and particularly in light of the increase for the SEMH provision and the need in the local area. And we're aware that our work with the Safety Valve Improvement Programme is looking very much about the provision, the specialist provision that's available, which will incorporate the special social, emotional, mental health needs of pupils, and to looking at resource provisions for that and a wider spectrum of need. And at the same time, consider the role of our PRUs in meeting and supporting pupils with particular SEND needs. So the alternative provision work that we're currently looking at and reviewing, again, very much captures those points that understandably you're making. So I think it would be fit and appropriate for us to come back and report on that moving forwards. Aretha, might I pass to you in terms of the EBAC?
Hello everyone, thank you. So just to answer your question in terms of the EBAC, so there are various pathways that schools offer, and there are various different routes that schools can take. One of them is the traditional GCSE offers with humanities and languages, which constitutes an EBAC route. There are other pathways that schools tend to offer in terms of vocational routes and specialised pathways for students that might need them. So from my experience, schools are very inclusive in the way that they look at the curriculum, and they tend to tailor those specific pathways outside of the EBAC route to students who may not necessarily want to go down that traditional route. And those vocational pathways often lead into apprenticeships and other ways of education. There are lots of vocational pathways that lead into directly back into A-levels as well. So it doesn't negate the possibility of that child actually moving back into A-levels if it's got a different offer and they've decided which pathway they want to go, and then going on to higher education later on. So although EBAC is one measure, and it's the traditional measure, there are lots of other measures that sit outside of that and feed back into the curriculum and back into that child's outcomes.
Liz.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thanks for the report. When I was going through the data, it's just interesting to see where sort of English as a first language, I think all but one area, children sort of that speak English as a second language do better. So I was just interested in that. I mean, I'm not sort of making any kind of judgment of who should do better, but obviously I think if we capture this data, then there's got to be a reason for it, and we've got to use that data for a purpose. And I know sort of looking at the national picture, it's more of a 50-50 split. So I think it seems in the sort of later key stages that children with sort of as a second language as English do better, but earlier on it's the other way around. So I just wondered sort of in Medway why we see that change.
Great question. In terms of the analysis, I'll come back to the point I made earlier. I think for us, we've recognised how the breakdown of ethnicities is represented, and we've been really clear about the information that we have. But I'd like that information to go to schools, and I'd like schools to be able to do that further analysis. And I think there are some hypotheses that we've drawn from, or some analysis that we've drawn in some of the commentary, that maybe because those cohorts are quite specific, or because English as a first language then isn't a barrier to achievement in certain subjects. I think there's a multiplicity of reasons there, and as I say, I'm not sure if I can comment any further than just the commentary that I've given already, but it really feels that it has to go now to a school level for them to be able to understand and analyse their own school population and where that sits within this.
Len.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question regarding suspensions, if I may, Rebecca. And I don't want the phrasing of my question to offend particularly my secondary colleagues that are in the room. But I just want to talk about the increase in suspensions at secondary age, particularly for children with special educational needs and disabilities. And it's just a question really, do secondary schools have enough support from, say, local authority to manage children with special educational needs to ensure that it doesn't lead to suspensions? No offence.
Thank you. Absolutely understand the origin of your question and the context in which you ask. I think perhaps for me it relates to the point I made earlier as well, just to support the answer, in that the work we're doing across Medway at this current time as part of the Safety Valve Intervention Programme, and to improve the culture of inclusion, where in some schools it isn't as strong as others, and I don't mean that in a critical way. Perhaps I do in part, but I don't generally mean it in a critical way, because resources have to be dedicated to schools or across trusts or from school to school to be able to support quite a range of interventions and a range of pastoral support, therapeutic interventions, whatever the needs of those pupils identified include. And so the trauma-informed work that we're currently commissioning to support schools to be able to respond to pupils' needs, whether some of those touch on SEN needs or broader, the point that Councillor Johnson was making earlier springs to mind again in terms of pupils' SEMH needs. The trauma-informed practice and understanding adverse childhood experiences within that will certainly strengthen the culture of inclusion across the local area. But that's one particular part of the work that we're doing. We're also building capacity in relation to a nurturing approach, particularly in primary, which is what primary schools are telling us is very much their chosen and understandably chosen approach to help them in that inclusive approach to meet SEN needs, but meet the holistic needs of the child. And in addition, some schools are using a Thrive approach or a number of other areas which I know you'll be familiar with. But to come back to your question in relation to are schools supported sufficiently to meet the needs of SEN pupils, we've worked together collaboratively to develop the Ordinary Available Provision document, which cites in a school what is the basic core offer pupils with SEND are going to be receiving in a school, so the very basic. And then in addition to that, the system of outreach that's available, we need to broaden and extend that across the local area, which is what this work is looking at. We need to then strengthen our commissioning plans to make sure that where we are buying resource or using outreach, then those providers are very clear about what's being provided, held to account for that. So we're sure that it's making a difference and it is what schools absolutely need, want and are asking for. But none of this work, of course, is going to happen overnight. And so we've been absolutely in the thick of some really strong and productive conversations with our education colleagues in schools and leaders across the local area to understand what is required and to consult and to hear those requests and make sure that offers are shaped together. Otherwise, there's no point. So it has to be in response to the need. Okay, thank you.
Any other members? Councillor O'Hara.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rebecca, for the explanations. Just for my own understanding, am I right in assuming that the figures here, obviously just looking at the chart, the bar chart on ethnicity by school phase, that figure or that chart actually represents children who have come out from outside of Medway as well. So we're looking at the school holistically. Is there a way we can actually drill down to the children from Medway in particular? I mean, if it's within the report and I've missed it, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, the figure, the data that's presented on page 10 of the report that talks about ethnicity by school phase, that's the report, the piece of paper we're looking at. And your question is, does that include the pupils that are coming outside of Medway into Medway? It does include those. Yes, it does.
Is there a way we can actually drill down to just specifically the children from within Medway attending our schools? That's my question, if it's possible.
I can certainly ask. In terms of our colleagues from the performance and intelligence team and looking at our schools admissions processes, the information that's received, I can take that away. Thank you.
If I can ask a question, looking at these reports, I was very disappointed that we're below the national average in virtually every category that's mentioned. I realise that most of our schools are now academies, so we have relatively little influence. But can you use the influence that you have to convey my disappointment, and I'm sure the disappointment of this committee, of these results? Could you convey these to the regional schools director, who unfortunately can't be here, and ask what steps they're going to take with the schools under her jurisdiction to improve this over the next year?
Thank you. I can, of course, take those points away. And just to assure you that on a termly basis, we meet with the regional director and her teams, and we share the analysis of data that is here, but also the trends in things. For example, the piece of attendance work that we've talked about includes the representation from the regional directors team. And also we have those conversations about schools causing concerns or trusts where the school performance and outcomes does give us cause for concern. But certainly I will share share those comments. Thank you.
And it would be very nice to see her at this meeting next year. Hopefully. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that we note the annual school performance report as set out at Appendix 1. And also, Rebecca, if you could take away the request from myself just to drill down, not just on ethnicity, really, the whole thing, to see where our children, Medway children, actually sit within this whole thing. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Purdy? Is that agreed? Great, thank you. Right, we now move on to agenda item 7, attendance of the portfolio holder for education schools. Councillor Martin Potter is in attendance and is here to be held in account in relation to education schools for which he has responsibility in his portfolio. As is the norm when the portfolio holders are held to account, the committee has received the report from Councillor Potter, and therefore I open it straight up to members for questions. Members. Pat, Councillor Cooper.
Good evening, Councillor Potter. I have a couple of questions and an observation, really. Can I take you, first of all, to page 8, reference complaints management? I was interested to read about the significant increase in requests for assurance about the quality of safeguarding from the DfE. 9 have been requested since September, and the EST has responded to 5 complaints. So what's happened to the other 4? Was anything done? Was they complaints? Were they upheld? We don't know about them. The second point is, sorry, I'm going back. Page 10, 7.1, reference mainstream school transport. Taxis also provide transport for young people to and from school. But I'm just worried because nationally we seem to have been hearing that there are a shortage of taxi drivers, and this has affected Medway taxis as well. So I'm hoping that we can still have transport for our young people within the taxi service, but there is shortage of taxi drivers. And the third thing I'd like to mention, please, is reference to further education and higher education liaison. Now, I am a careers governor, one of, in my school, and last week we were hoping to have a full complement of people on the Google Meets to discuss careers fairs. Now, try as I might, I could not get onto this. I was declined access, even though I did all the work to get onto it, and I was really annoyed about this. There was an apology from the advisor, but I don't know whether Google Meets is the correct way of going about having this. Probably Teams might be better. So I just thought that I would bring that to your attention, that we are trying to do things, but when I get access denied, even though I've done everything right, I was not a happy governor. So I just thought I would let you know about that. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. So with regards to the complaints management, we are now working to a new system, so those complaints are all coming through to the local authority and to the education safeguarding team now. But perhaps it's just the wording of 5.6. So we've got the 5 that have come from Ofsted, and then it's the 9 that have been made by parents or other partners. So they're separate complaints. So it's not, we've only responded to 5 from Ofsted. We've got the Ofsted complaints, and then we've got the 9 from parents or other partners. So they're separate complaints. So I think it's the wording of 5.6 could be a bit tidier there around that one. In terms of mainstream school transport, so with regard to taxis, that's more of an issue for SEND school transport. And I don't know if Councillor Isles will want to comment on that or whether you have a question later on. But what I will say is we have tried to very much reduce our reliance on taxis because it is an expensive way to fund the school transport. But there is still a role for taxis in getting some of our children to schools, and it is an area of ongoing challenge. And just like all transport sectors, obviously there are rising costs with taxi drivers and the cost of fuel and maintenance and all the rest of it, and some that have decided that they can no longer continue because of those factors. So there is a lot of work that the team are undertaking with regard to transport on the whole and those pressures relating to rising energy costs and the factors that that's impacting on. And then finally, on this careers event that you tried to attend, was that set up by the Skills Hub? Would that have been Daniel Ratcliffe? Right. Well, I think we can just pass that feedback on, because normally if it's a council organised event, it would be on Teams, but certainly we can pass that feedback on that Google Meets did not work. So yeah, we can pass that feedback on, because obviously we want everyone, all the partners involved in these meetings, and getting their valuable input. And if you can't attend the meeting because you can't get onto the system, then that's not good. Okay.
Joanne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Thank you for your report, but I'm a little bit troubled and concerned because, we're talking, as already Councillor Kemp has said, everything's on a downward trajectory, but you don't mention attainment in your report. Also, I'm very glad to see child-friendly Medway. I wondered whether you had a comment about cultural capital. And then my final request really is, we've got children waiting for schools, Riverside Primary, and young pupils in Strood being bussed all the way to Gillingham. There's no mention of the delays or anything like that. Who's footing the transport bill? But also, it's elongating the school day. And what perhaps should we be doing to make sure, this isn't carried on? It should have been built, the schools, they're not, they're delayed, and it's impacting on children, the climate because of transport, and the whole community. Not mentioned in your report, alas.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So with regard to attainment, first of all, I think we, as an education sector, what we look at as a council is, are the schools in Medway, are the trusts in Medway well led? And the key measure for that is the Ofsted inspection framework. And that framework tells me that we have more schools that are good or outstanding than ever before. But we do have a lot of challenges with regards to the latest set of data, first set of data post-COVID, with a number of performance measures. Now, why is there the discrepancy there that we have more schools that are good and outstanding, and yet we have this attainment data, which is showing in many cases a downward trajectory or below national? And I think we have to look at the Medway context. So this is the first set of data, as I said, since COVID. We had our schools shut down for an extensive period of time, and that has had an impact. And it's been a hard reset. So all of that work that was going on before COVID to improve school standards, and if we look at where we were in 2019, we had, on the key performance measures, we were above national in every measure other than at Key Stage 2, which had shown a very strong performance trend and was only 1% below national in 2019. All of that seems to have fallen away post-COVID. So there is a big recovery that needs to, and that is ongoing. As I said, with the Medway context, I think it shows the value of our schools in Medway and how important they are, and how that gap that has emerged over that period shows that we do need that additional input from our schools, that additional time in school with the support that the government has provided there. And I do feel that over a period of time, with the work we're doing with the Teaching Hub, with the work that we're doing with the, or will be doing with the Attendance Alliance, all of those factors all coming together, I think will have a significant impact. But nonetheless, this is the first set of data we've had since COVID. Are our schools well led? Yes. Are we going to get there in terms of getting back to where we were in 2019, getting back on that positive trend of improvement or above national? I believe we will, making the most of those government programs, that government funding, and those initiatives that we're working on at a local level with the Teaching Hub, with the Attendance Alliance and other factors around that. And of course, actually, the work we're doing with SEND as well, and that factoring in there. And I think with the nurture provision in our primary schools, I think that's the right way forward there. So where we've got children who are struggling in primary schools at the moment, the only option that the schools have is the outreach support, or potentially going down a pathway of using the primary outreach, sorry, not outreach provision, the primary intensive support provision that we have in Mearscourt, on the Mearscourt site in Rainham. So all of those factors also coming together, I think, will have an impact, as well as a resource provision at the secondary level. So yes, in terms of attainment, it's not where we want to be, but I do believe that we have schools that are well led, and we have programs and initiatives that will get us to where we want to be. In terms of child-friendly Medway, I'm really pleased with how successful that has been. I think we've had hundreds of activities, lots of events across Medway. I've had the pleasure of attending many of those. I think there's really, really strong input from across the council and a strong commitment from across the council. And in fact, the leader of the council and our soon-to-be chief executive has attended a number of those events and been questioned by young people. It was good to see. I think there was over 30,000 people, children and families, that attended the event at the Pentagon Centre last year. And in terms of cultural capital, of course, a number of those events are cultural events, are events that are celebrating life in Medway. There's arts and crafts going on and those sorts of things. We've had the child-friendly Medway football sessions all across parks in Medway, and sort of expanding beyond child-friendly Medway, we're also members of the Cultural Education Partnership here in Medway, and that's tied in with Royal Opera House Bridge, so we get Arts Council England funding that's designated for the Medway area, and then there's projects that are planned and agreed upon by that Cultural Education Partnership, and it actually links very much into some of the sort of mainstream measures, actually, because one of the measures that came out of, one of the initiatives that came out of that piece of work was around the transition from primary to secondary school. And we had Victory Academy and St John Fisher School involved with that project. This was before the pandemic, and let's say that was a pilot program, and I think that was very successful, and there was a lot of learning that went on about how we support the transition from primary to secondary with a number of activities over the summer, so actually in the secondary schools. So, and that was targeting children who were identified as potentially or potentially struggle with that transition. So I think that in itself shows the value that cultural education can have beyond just the love and joy of a cultural experience. And then in terms of the specific issue you mentioned, which I believe is in relation to the Maritime Academy, so we have the temporary provision on the Twiddle School site. Now, obviously the ideal scenario would be that the school would have been opened, I think it was two and a half years ago, and they would be on site in Strood. But this was a Department for Education project, not something that we're in control of, but what we have done is work very closely with the Department for Education to ensure that we do have the necessary provision here in Medway so that every child has a school place. So I'm very pleased to say that every child does have a school place. We have provided the transport because actually if we didn't get that temporary provision it would have cost us a lot more to expand existing schools on a temporary basis for bulge classes. So it was a bit of give and take with the Department for Education that they would provide that temporary provision and we would provide the school transport, which is actually, as I said, more cost effective than if we had gone down the route of bulge classes. So that's why we funded that transport there. And I visited the Maritime Academy before it opened, and now that it has students on the Twiddle site, I think what they have provided there, the facilities there, I think are actually exceptional. It actually has a little bit of a middle school feel to it, where it's obviously on a smaller site than a secondary school site. And as I said, the learning, the facilities there, the learning that was going on, the children all seem to be very happy with the provision there. There seemed to be a minimal impact from the transport. So they've managed to get sort of the routines in place, and it was working very well. And actually, Councillor Isles joined me on that visit. So I'm, not ideal scenario, but I'm very pleased with the provision that we've put in place there for those children and young people. Thank you.
So may I come back? And what about Riverside, the school at Riverside in Rochester? Have you been there as well?
Well, the school in Rochester is still being built. So there was a delay there with Countryside Homes. The actual contractor got into financial difficulty, and therefore they had to find another contractor to finish building the school. So the children there are attending the Pilgrim School in Borstal. So that's another school that will in the same trust. So that provision is in place, but I'm very pleased to say that the Riverside School construction is now back underway, and they will be moving into that school from September. So the next year groups will all be on site at the new Riverside School.
Thank you, Councillor. Clive, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Potter, for coming this evening. Just a quick technical issue. I've also visited Maritime at the Twiddle site as well, and I reiterate what you say about how well, in the circumstances, the school settled on the site. My understanding of the transport is that the DFE are picking up the tab for this first year, but because it's now going to go into the second year, Medway will be picking up the tab. I'm sure that was what the original council papers said. So the current cost is for this current academic year is DFE, but from September onwards, I'm sure it's Medway that will be paying. I remember saying that I remember when it was discussed at council, the report that said that DFE said we will only pay for the first year if you're going to pay for subsequent years, and both I and the leader said that's blackmail, but we had to go with it. Just to be sure about that, because you seem to be implying that we're paying for this year as well, which is new to me. The issue about the achievement and the results post-COVID. I mean, I fully accept that the country went through a very difficult period during COVID, but what you're saying smacks a touch, and I don't mean this in terms of Medway, but nationally, as the operation was a great success, but the patient died. The fact that young people and schools found that period so difficult, which may well have resulted in both national and local measures being lower, is surely the result of inept management on a national level of schools. We'll all remember during that period of closures, reopening. I remember that the particular end of 20 into 21, where schools opened on the 5th, only to be told that they were going to close on the 6th. We've had a lack of support, I think, through the post-COVID period. We've had what I regard as being the failure of the national tutoring scheme as well. So, I think that needs to be recognised. I think that needs to be recognised that obviously we were all in a new situation, including the government. I'm not saying it would have been easy for anybody, but it was inept, I think, the management of that process. A couple of quick things. Could you just point me in the direction of something in child-friendly Medway where there's been a direct, tangible change? So, yes, there have been lots of events, and I've been very happy to attend them. I've seen the child-friendly Medway team at the Medway Lights Festival recently. Absolutely, the hard-working officers are doing a really good job. But my feeling about child-friendly Medway is it has an impact on how Medway does things. And to be honest, I'm not seeing much in the way of Medway changing in how it does things. Just finally, the allocations, secondary allocations were announced today. We have 17%, I understand, of out-of-area grammar placements in Medway grammars. I just wonder if you could talk me through the narrative that is contained in your report, but also the involvement of the 3 schools going co-ed, which I know is not in Medway's control, is in their control. How you see that situation developing over the next cohort of years, next 5 years or so. Thank you.
So in terms of the child-friendly Medway programme, it is still very much in its infancy. It is developing, and something that I'm very keen to see taken forward is the wider engagement of young people in Medway. And then you're quite right, then what impact is that having on how we run things as a council? So I can give you, a very sort of quick example of a piece of direct action from one of the sessions. I remember a youngster raised an issue with a number of trees that were planted that had been pulled out. It was raised with Richard Hicks, and he immediately got those, or by the time we had the next session, he'd got those sorted and replanted and things like that. So there is that opportunity for young people to raise issues and whatever else, but is it sort of embedded into how we are making decisions as an organisation? I don't think it is as much as it could be. I think that's still very much developing. And then in terms of that wider engagement, I think it's very much about how we involve cohorts beyond those who just attend the sessions. And I'm very keen to see mascots, ambassadors, whatever you want to call them, in every single school. So we are able, as a council, to reach out to a much wider audience of young people, but also hear the voice of those young people directly affecting what we do as a council. So I don't think we're quite there yet, and I think it will take time to develop it and whatever else. And we will need to get to a stage as well where essentially we're forming a charter, not something that's sort of set by officers or councils, whatever else, but a charter that is formed by the young people of, well, this is how we want to see child-friendly Medway and Medway as a place listening to the voice of young people. In terms of the other point you made around the grammar schools, we've done all we can to prioritise those grammar school places for local children. So removing the super selective criteria, so you're prioritising on distance. The other factor is, well, are we able then to maximise those places with regard to the Medway test? So what's holding us back at the moment is we set the score based on the number of girls' places. So by having more girls' places and less boys' places, we set the score based on the number of places we have for boys and girls. So we have more girls' places, less boys' places. We have to set the score on the number of boys' places, which means we have those surplus girls' places. So that's where that co-ed proposal comes from. It has been well received by the schools, which is why they supported it and why we got to the stage that we have. You'll recall the consultation document that went before this committee and before the council, which was that was a bit of more of a mixed bag, but actually I think a lot of the concerns perhaps were not well founded because no changes will take place with existing year groups. It's all the new incoming year groups that will be co-ed. And in terms of choice, well, at the moment, there is only one co-ed grammar school, selective school in Medway. So actually, I feel that we're providing more choice by going down that route. Thank you.
Thank you. Tristan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And my first question actually, it kind of links thematically actually with what's been raised tonight. So we've seen the annual schools report on here that Mr. Chairman has correctly raised with officers here the fact that we need to be writing to the Regional School Standards Commission and we need to be challenging some of these results. And yet if I'm reading Martin Potter's report, you would think that we were in a fantastic place. It seems to be an airbrushed reality where the numbers and the details of the fact that we have deteriorating statistics are not even deigned to be mentioned. And so I have to ask you, Councillor, on the improvement areas, you have 2 bullet points on 8.1 and 8.2. I would have expected this report to have included a significant amount more on acknowledging the areas of weakness with our data and how you are taking steps to redress it, including perhaps emergency meetings. So my first question is just around, are you aware of what trusts are underperforming at the moment? Are you involved in meetings with the regional school directors around improvements? And do you have a plan to have a strategy with directors to improve some of these areas? Because at the moment, from your report, I can't really see, I can see Mr. Chairman doing his job. I'm not necessarily seeing perhaps you doing your job, and I'm slightly worried about that. My second question is just around ECTs. Now, I acknowledge that we are transferring in 2024. I can tell you now anecdotally, we have a recruitment crisis in teaching at the moment. There are science roles, geography, maths, physics that are simply not being appointed at present time across Medway schools. So can you provide me with some statistics around how many ECTs are we actually, have we seen go through Medway schools over the last 4 years? And are there particular areas of concern around recruitment? Because as I understand it from talking to colleagues, we have serious problems going forward. And again, I note in the report, you seem to say, well, it's being transferred in a year's time and no detail. So I just wondered if you had the detail there. My third question is just related to early years. So obviously we've gone through a period over the last 10 years of moving early years into hub centres, into the 6 hub centres. If we look at the number of visits to early years in this council's history, 277,000 visits in 2015, 184,000 visits in 2017, could you just tell me how many visits are now happening in our early years provision and how busy are they in light of changes? And then just lastly, my last question, at the last meeting, and I will be careful with my words with this, because I appreciate it's hit the news recently, we had in the last meeting around we had a report to this committee about racism in Medway schools, where it was reported that we only had 3 exclusions and that this was not this was an issue, but it was being managed. And since then, we've had a high-profile issue risen, which has seen an Ofsted rapid response. Can I ask how much engagement you've had on this and whether or not you've directed the Safeguarding Board for Medway to engage in a rapid response exercise, and also whether or not other schools in the locality have also been engaged with as well, and whether there's been inspections there too in relation to Medway Council, especially with regards to some of the issues highlighted in those. Again, I'm not going to go into details, but I'm just trying to see how much of hands-on were you as portfolios in regards to directing a rapid response. Because if I were seeing some of these news stories, I certainly would be pushing for that rapid response from our Safeguarding Board. And maybe if you don't know the answer to that, maybe someone else can come in on that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, the report of the portfolio holder is not a rerun of the annual schools report. It never has been. And actually, if you read the report in detail, you will see all of the measures we are taking to work with the regional director, our schools and trusts in Medway, the teaching hub, all of those structures that we put in place for system leadership across the sector, from the education partnership through the work we did to actually found MELA, the Medway Education Leaders Association, and continue to build and strengthen that, the work we do with the Medway secondary heads, the SEND Improvement Board, and our trust leaders, school leaders, also involved very much with our Children's Services Improvement Board. So there is a lot of engagement going on, a lot of work going on, and that doesn't, and what I said there doesn't actually include just the day-to-day work that education officers do and the director and assistant director do in terms of working with the regional director's office and schools and academies on an individual basis. Yeah, I'm not going to, my report will never be a rerun of the annual schools report. That's not what it's meant to be. I'm looking at the Medway system as a whole, and where those challenges are and who we need to work with to address those challenges and what initiatives we need to put in place. As I said, I am confident that the majority of our schools and trusts are well led. We have the Ofsted performance measure to go with that, which is the best, as I said, it's ever been. An area like Medway, with the demographic that we have, was always going to have a tough time if you shut schools down for the period of time that you did. And of course, the initial response from our schools was all about the well-being of our children and re-socialising children and all of that side of things. And I think that was the right focus, actually. But nonetheless, we've got to get back to where we were in 2019. We've worked very, very hard to pick Medway up from back where it was a decade ago to a very strong position. And I have no doubt, with the leadership that we have in our schools, the leadership we have with our trust, the leadership we have here with our education officers, assistant director, director, and myself and Councillor Arles, and the work that we do and the input that we have, that we will address those challenges. And of course, from May onwards, I will not be the one who's leading on that, but I have no doubt that there will be a very, very capable colleague who will be doing that work alongside, more likely, Councillor Arles. So in terms of ECTs, yes, there are changes afoot there. So I think we did have a discussion around this last year about this is about the appropriate body for essentially assessing the teachers on that pathway and ensuring that they are signed off as meeting the standards. So that I think I welcome the change there with the teaching hubs. I think that's where it should sit. In terms of the statistics, I think we could have a follow-up briefing note to the committee on that one, if that could be, I think, Rebecca, if that could be arranged, thank you, please. In terms of early years, again, we're very much in that recovery period. Even though childcare settings did not close during the COVID, understandably, there were parents who chose not to send their child to a nursery, to an early years setting, to a childcare setting. So we're very much in a recovery phase with early years as well. Although if you look at the overall performance of the service, again, very pleased with how with the provision we have in place and the work that Deborah Alcon is doing with those providers, and said, an excellent number, over 90%, again, outstanding. In terms of your question around safeguarding, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on any specific safeguarding issue, whether that's relating to an individual or to a school, but I have to say the robust systems that we had in place have all worked with regard to this case, and said I am assured, and I have been assured from the very beginning of that specific issue you mentioned, that all the appropriate bodies are doing what they should be doing in relation to that issue. Thank you.
I'm not going to come back on that point. I think I raised, as I say, the issue about the safeguarding board being involved, but I'll let that for another place. Just want to challenge us quickly. You keep saying that our Ofsted numbers, our percentages judged good or outstanding are the best they've ever been. And yet, if I go back to the annual report 2 years ago, 95% of Medway schools were judged by Ofsted as good or outstanding. It's currently sitting at 89%. So they aren't as good as they have been. They have deteriorated overall, haven't they? The secondary schools in Medway.
So yes, we were at 9. So if we look at schools overall, so we are in the strongest or one of the strongest places we've ever been over the period that we've had Medway as a local authority. So overall schools, 90% good or outstanding. So within that, within the individual phases, obviously, especially with secondary schools, so obviously one school makes up a larger percentage of the overall total than it would for primary schools, where I think we have 76 primary schools, we only have 18 secondary schools.
Okay. Liz?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Potter, for being here this evening. My question was relating to mainstream school transport, sort of where I represent a rural ward. When it comes to sort of applying for school transport, a lot of, well, not, you know, in the very rural parts of my ward, and then, you know, moving into the Peninsula ward as well, a lot of the children live more than 3 miles away from any secondary school. But to get that sort of, the bus pass, they have to apply for the nearest one, regardless of the cost for a bus pass is the same. Now, I appreciate the cost, you know, if you've put in the report, the cost for school transport is increasing, which I guess, you know, we have to be wary of. But I'm just wondering if it's sort of, if you've consider it sort of whether it's a good use of officer time to be sort of dealing with these cases and appeals and such like, whether, you know, if there is no safe route for a child to get to a secondary school, whether we should just be giving their bus passes regardless of what school they apply for. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Turpin. I understand that with our more rural areas, there are certainly challenges around safe walking routes, and I think we need to make the process as seamless as possible. And if it is going to be the case that an application is denied, but it's likely to get through on appeal because there isn't a safe walking route, then we need to look at those specific cases and those specific areas where that's going to apply and see if there is a better way to do it. The problem is, if you don't apply a policy uniformly, then you can get challenged on that by those in different other areas that miss out. So it's ensuring that the policy is applied in a fair way and ensuring that we do have that compliance and essentially that we aren't seen as sort of discriminating against areas that wouldn't normally qualify. So if we can do it, yes, is the answer. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Parra.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Potter, for being here tonight. Obviously, it's disappointing, this current downward trend. It's not because of anything that we've done, it's circumstances. And the aim is for us to get back to post-pandemic records. You have mentioned recovery, and we are optimistic. I share your optimism. However, from your own point of view, are there any challenges that you can see that are likely to either delay or derail our recovery? As most importantly, is there one in particular that maybe, you know, you can think about right now, you can say to us, you know what, that one in particular, if we don't get it sorted, this is likely to either hamper or completely derail our recovery, because we do need to get back to where we were post-pandemic. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for your question, Councillor O'Para. Literacy has always been an area of challenge for Medway, and so we had made really good strides in that area prior to the pandemic, and well, no surprise that with schools being shut down. And so just by the way, a bit of an anecdote for you with that, talking to our secondary heads with regard to the online classes during the period the schools were shut down, I by more than one head teacher was told there was around sort of 20% of students who just weren't engaging with the online learning. So, I think it's much better with the primary school children. So just think about the impact of that, and over many months, and then you've then got to pick things up from there. So yeah, literacy, a key area challenge. We've got the Reading Collaborative programme, which is again more focused around primary school children. Again, we know with Key Stage 2, literacy has been a very, very weak area. So with that Reading Collaborative, we're hoping that we can see some local initiatives that help and support in that case. So there's the ongoing engagement with the teaching hubs, and not only have you got sort of the overall teaching hubs, but you've got the teaching hubs that's around subjects, so the specialised in specific subjects. So there's the opportunities there for schools and trusts to link in with the work that they are doing and address areas of weakness. And then the ongoing concern is around the persistent absence. Now, it's quite frustrating that the data that we have to work with is a year out of date. That is the full data set. So that's what we publish. Now, we do have interim data, although it's not a complete data set, which officers can work with throughout the year, so we can get a better picture of what's going on right now with regard to persistent absence. But again, we're seeing a trend where young people didn't engage with the online learning and are now not re-engaging with school. That is a real concern. Now, we've got the Attendance Alliance that we're part of. Hopefully that will have an impact, although there isn't any funding attached to that. So what I would ideally love to see is a pot of funding like we had when we did the work on the exclusions, which we as a local authority working, or we as an education sector in Medway can apply for and actually do a really specialist piece of work around attendance, just like we did with the exclusions.
So can you see that happening anytime soon, that, acquiring that funding pot to facilitate that work?
So it's very much an emerging picture with this Attendance Alliance. I did make, when we met with the regional director, I was very keen to make that point that there's no funding attached to that. But I think it's something we're just going to have to knock on the door of the regional director or go through our members of parliament, whatever we do, and see if we can go down that road of getting specific funding in place to address that issue. Because that really did work with the exclusions. We were sort of double the national rate, and we brought that down to below national. And I think we can do that, if we can get the funding in place, if we can get the right expertise in place with attendance.
Stuart, Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. This one area I'd just like a bit of advice on, and I'm intrigued because when we, in the previous agenda item, and there's a lot of data about the difference of attainment and so on amongst different ethnic groups and different children from different backgrounds and so on, which of course at one level is very interesting, and I realised we were required to gather data in that way. I presume there's a national basis for that. But particularly thinking of Medway, one of my concerns is how that data is interpreted. Some might see it that some groups of children from particular backgrounds are brighter than others, or whatever it might be, whatever conclusions people come to. And my sort of management training teaches me that you gather data that you can action, that you can do something with, presumably to make an improvement in some areas, to identify where difficult issues arise and what we might do usefully to improve something. So do you know how this segmented data is used in different schools, and in what way within Medway to try and address differences between groups of children? And is there any danger that it could accidentally, an unintended consequence could be that people wrongly feel that some group of children, by virtue of their race or background or skin colour or something, are different from others, which you can understand my worry that that might be an unintended consequence of gathering that information and data. So anything you can help me to understand how we use that in Medway? Thank you.
So I think it all starts with a quality-first approach. So that is quality-first teaching for the benefit of all children. Now, we know with our demographic here in Medway, we have a higher portion of white working-class children, and it's not just a Medway-specific thing. We know that that cohort nationally do underachieve with regard to education. So with that in mind, schools will be very, very aware of their cohort and the local context, and will be looking to do what they can do to engage all of their children. And that may mean that with specific cohorts of children where they know that education practice is not something that was a good experience for parents of those children, that at home that the learning experience doesn't continue outside of the classroom. So they will put specific measures in place to support those children. But they'd never put that in place in a way that would discriminate against certain groups, whatever else, because although we're looking at generalisations here, there's going to be, all children are different, all families are different, all individuals are different, and there'll be all children that can benefit from that. So it's very much about an inclusive approach to using that data rather than anything else. But our schools, and that within the Ofsted framework, that's something that is very much a key driver for Ofsted, is that context of your cohort and how you are engaging those children and addressing the challenges and essentially the areas of weakness that you have as a school.
Thank you. Well, no other members wishes to speak, so I'll ask a couple of questions if I may. I'm very pleased to notice that you've highlighted the work of Dynamics, the Medway Music Education Hub. Now, I do think you're almost underselling them, because not only are they in the top 20%, they're in fact much higher than that. In fact, they're considered a centre of excellence, which worries me when I read that there may well be almost disbanded and merged with Kent Music, which is not a centre of excellence. In fact, they're in the bottom 5% for the country for their music education, and which would be a great shame, because that model we fought hard to consign to the bin some years ago, and the music in Medway has thrived ever since. So it worries me that the Arts Council and the DFE are making these geographical changes or proposals. Are you in the process of formulating a plan B to ensure the uniqueness of the education in Medway, maybe independent of Kent. And I don't suppose I wouldn't expect you to give us any details, but I'll be very pleased to hear if a plan B is being formulated just in case. Could you answer that? Thank you.
Well, it will be a decision for Dynamics in terms of the future role it takes in Medway, depending on the outcome of the current consultation that's being undertaken. Dynamics is very much dependent on Arts Council England funding. So if a model was put in place that excluded Dynamics, I think we would have a huge challenge funding-wise, and also it would mean that there would be another provider operating in this area. We already have a bit of that because Kent Music still operate to a degree in Medway. So I think we just have to see how things develop. But at the moment, what we need to be doing, and what we have been doing, and a number of colleagues have done this, is advocate for Dynamics. It is one of the best performing music hubs in the country. Every member of the council would have heard the young people performing at annual council. They're a product of our music hub and partners like Medway Music Association. I've had the pleasure of attending many festivals and concerts over the years, and it's quite outstanding what's being achieved here. Medway. I know the ultimate goal is to have a Medway Philharmonic Orchestra, and I think it was Councillor Rodney Chambers who was a key driver all those years ago in setting up a Medway specific hub or music education program in order to achieve that aim. And as I said, I do feel it'd be a setback if we were to be put back under a larger regional model, and we need to do all we can to ensure that we don't end up down that road. But I can't promise a plan B, because ultimately it comes down to the funding, and it would be a decision for Dynamics as a community interest company.
Yeah, I think I've been led to understand the funding from the Arts Council is around about 400,000 a year, which is money well spent. Kent Music's involvement in Medway is only a legacy of the past, I think you'll find. I think in terms of education in schools, they've got no input whatsoever. I think they run a music school at Fort Pitt School. But in terms of extra going into our schools and teaching our children about music, I think is solely down to Dynamics. But I'd just like to know if you could encourage your colleagues on the cabinet to look at ways, just in case, so we're not left with in a vacuum if they decide to bring in another provider, bearing in mind that when the other provider was Kent Music, Medway children were very much the poor relations and got very much shortchanged. Anyway, thank you. Vice Chair. Sorry, Liz.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I did have two questions and I'd written them in different places, so I missed it earlier. Councillor Potter, if I could just come back to you on another question regarding 9.8 with the grammar school. As you know, it's something I've been very passionate about with regards to the changes that have recently we're in the process of making, and I'm very much in favour of what we're doing. And it's not about sort of saying that, grammar schools are the best and that's where children should go. I'm really passionate about children being in the right provision for them, whether that's a grammar school, secondary, whether it's special educational needs setting. So that's what, is behind sort of my concerns. So I'm just wondering about the this sort of option of exploring sort of a satellite school on the peninsula, a grammar provision. And I just wondered what sort of consultation we have done or going to be doing in the future with regards to families out there, and whether that is something that they would be, positive about, they would want to see. Because what my concern is, we sort of put something out there like that, and actually families are not happy with it, and they actually still want to travel into the Medway towns for their children to go to grammar schools. But then obviously they'd be probably penalised from doing that because of the distance. So I'm just sort of wondering what it would actually look like in practice, that, you know, what we're sort of, that option that we're exploring.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Turpin. So whenever we put forward a proposal for an expansion of a school or a new school build or amalgamation of a school or anything along those lines, we, as standard practice, we do an informal consultation and then ahead of then going to a formal consultation. So we would go down that pathway when we get to that stage, but we're not at that stage yet. I have met with one trust and had a discussion around a potential site for a grammar annex. I think I know that if the co-ed proposals for those 3 schools are approved by the regional director and all signed off, that will open up further options for a grammar annex. But you've got to remember that for it to be an annex, those children would be children who would be otherwise attending that school. So essentially, it's and we have that because we have lots of children travelling across the river. If they don't go to Gravesend Grammar School, they're coming across, or the Gravesend Grammar Schools are coming across the river into Rochester and into Chatham for the grammar school provision. So, and we know it's a choice that parents are making. We've got an argument there for this. I think we've got a very strong argument there for this annex provision on the peninsula. But it would go through those consultation processes like we do with any other school expansion or anything along those lines.
Yeah, if I can just come back on that. I mean, I don't know if this was sort of looked at before we sort of looked at the changes for increasing the pass rate from 25% to 28%, because my concern is, although in which number it is, 9.9, I think, where we say that by doing that we can now ensure that all Medway children go to grammar schools. That has never been the problem. Distance criteria has never been the problem for children going into grammar schools. We've always had enough grammar school places, and, you know, it's something I've spoken to you about a lot, and, you know, I've done a lot of sort of research on it. The issue is actually on the secondary schools. By not putting enough children, Medway children, into grammar schools, we fill up our secondary schools. So I'm just concerned that if we're going to be doing the increase from 25% to 28%, and then also looking at an annex, are we going to be having too many grammar school places? And we're going to have the same problem that we've got now with filling up those spaces with out-of-area children and then having the problem with secondary schools?
So it's a very good question, actually. So it would be something that would need to be carefully planned, and it would need to open at the right time. But we wouldn't get approval for a grammar annex if we couldn't put forward the argument that there is a strong case to have that annex provision on the peninsula. We have these children that are travelling across the river who, with the anticipated increase in the population, will start losing out on getting a grammar school place.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Okay, now we'll go on to Councillor Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that we note the report and thank Councillor Potter for your attendance tonight. Thank you.
Seconded? Councillor Tranter. Is that agreed? Thank you. I think it's NHS, I think. Right now, I'd rather get Councillor Miles. You can be here for a long time, isn't he? Okay, if it's quick, yeah. Hmm? I can't hear you. Yeah. Okay, now we'll move back briefly, I hope, to item 5, the changes to the Children's Specialised Cancer Services the Principal Treatment Centre programme for South London, South East England. We have Hazel Fisher, the Programme Manager for NHS England, and Sabah Hassan, the Head of Partnership and Engagement. And the NHS England will introduce this report. So, Officer, is there anything you wish to add before I open it for debate?
Well, I was just going to quickly take you, because hopefully, no, you don't want me to take you through the slides. Okay, that's absolutely fine then.
Yeah.
Please take it to debate.
Okay, because we've had the paper. There's nothing you want to add to the paper, is there?
Well, only that we've come today, obviously this is a period for us of pre-consultation, so we're not at the point of actually having a consultation on the service change. The service change is a movement of children's cancer services from the existing joint principal treatment centre, which is delivered by the Royal Marsden and St George's, to one that will be compliant with the new service specification, and that has to have a paediatric intensive care unit sited on the same site. The rationale for that has been set out on a number of occasions. There was a public board paper to NHS England from Professor Spike Richards, which set out the rationale, and that's now reflected in a service specification. So whilst children get extremely good cancer care currently, the combining of the principal treatment centre on the same site as a paediatric intensive care unit is seen as best practice. That is going to mean a move of service. We are looking at two options, which are St George's University Hospital Trust and the Evelina as part of Guy's and St Thomas's. They would both offer a compliant option. And why we're coming today is to ask particularly Medway Local Authority or Medway Unitary Authority whether it would see, through its Overview and Scrutiny Committee, this to be a significant service change for your population, and to ask you how you would like us to work with you during the consultation.
Yeah. We're being asked to determine whether there's going to be a substantial change or not, and that's all, isn't it? Okay, so if we can make sure our questions appertain to that, that'd be fine. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Hazel and Samat, for coming tonight. The issue of substantial variation, I understand, but actually the key issue is whether a joint HOSC would add any value, I think, for me at least. Whether if we had a HOSC, whether that would actually, enable us to do something that we can't do or think about or talk about already. Three very quick questions. What value do we think a joint HOSC would add were we to go down that route? Can I ask what other authorities have decided up till now? I know we've had an offline discussion about it going through other local authorities. I just wonder what the up-to-date position is on other authorities, and how many authorities were involved or would be involved, and what the potential delay there would be if a joint HOSC was put together. So I think it's just the practicalities of a joint HOSC, I think, is what I'm after. Thank you.
Can you switch your microphone on?
So you'll see from the slide deck that children come to the Royal Marsden and St George's, the joint PTC presently, pretty evenly from the geographies of Kent. Medway, obviously, slightly smaller population, so we've included your numbers in the slide deck, but from Medway and Kent together, similar numbers to South East London, South West London, and Surrey and the combined Sussexes. So we've gone to, we wanted to speak to the Overview and Scrutiny Committees for all of those geographies. So far we have had a specific view from Kent, who viewed it as not a substantial service change for their population, but viewed very much that they would like to be involved, engaged with during the consultation, and they gave us views about transport and engagement with charities, which they felt was very important. So by no means disinterested, but not seeing a substantial service change. We spoke with, we went to East Sussex today, and their decision again was not substantial service change, but they would want to be able to submit a letter if they so felt to a JOSC was formed, and if there were any informal communications with the JOSC to also have that option, and they too asked us to continue to engage with them. We've had an informal, the JOSC for South East London is still forming, and we've had some informal conversations with them, and they would intend to put it to the total JOSC membership, and would be very likely to recommend not substantial for their population. But, and then finally, we've got 2 more overview and scrutiny committees to visit in Sussex. We don't obviously know their views yet a while. There is a JOSC covering South West London and Surrey, and South West London and Surrey haven't come to a final conclusion yet, according to the minutes of the meeting where they discussed it, but I think they are likely to see it as substantial service change. And one can understand that, particularly because the hospitals involved are within their geography. As NHS England, we do consider, whilst we understand that for individual geographies, the number of patients, and particularly the travel into London for a specialised service, where it's often considered that people do travel for specialised services, that's almost the nature, it's the rarity and the wish to create a centre of excellence, might not be significant for any one population, but it is a significant service change from our perspective. It's a major service change. So we will be running a public consultation, and we will like to seek the views from stakeholders and the public in informing a final decision. So I hope that helps you. The regulations technically would require a JOSC, but there is an issue, as you rightly point out, about timing and geography that might make that very, very difficult. So we are, wanting to work flexibly.
Councillor Tranter.
Thank you. I struggle a little bit to understand what a significant change actually is. It says in the report it's not really defined, so we're kind of presumably left to define it for ourselves or figure out what we consider to be. So therefore, I read every word as carefully as I could, slightly out of my comfort zone in understanding the subject, if I'm honest with you. But to help with our understanding, in sort of layman's simple terms, if the changes, either of the options, it goes ahead as suggested, I want to get my head around the impact of that in terms of the experience of any person that's using the service and the outcome of any potential outcomes, what changes there might be for our children. To me, whether it's 1 child or 9 children or 90 children is not as important as understanding the impact it has on individual children and families. Now, I can see there are some positives from the change, but I wonder if you could just, in very simple layman's terms, help me understand whether this is a good thing or a bad thing or indifferent in terms of the impact on our children in Medway. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I would look to Professor Sir Mike Richards, and he put his report into the public domain, and he, as a leading paediatrician, clearly felt having a principal treatment centre on the same site as a paediatric intensive care unit is a good thing. And we, as Specialised Commissioning in NHS England, our services are set out in service specifications. There's a clinical reference group who writes that service specification, so all of the clinicians on that clinical reference group also felt that this is a very good thing and clinically required. So from a clinical perspective, it clearly is a good thing to have the 2 services combined. It means that when a child is very unwell, they don't have to move site to go to critical care. They're holistically treated in the one site, and the clinical teams looking after them can work on a one-site basis. Currently, with the Marsden and St George's, the clinical teams do work very closely together, but they don't have the ability to be on one site with an intensive care unit, and that's the change that's really important. It will mean some further travel for some families,
public transport option is improved for practically everybody. It's up at about 90%. Car driving decreases the ease of access for about 50% of families if it was at St George's, and for about 70% of families if it was to go to the Evelina. However, in London, we're very confident because we have, in the north of London, we have Great Ormond Street. That is our second principal treatment centre. And for families to access Great Ormond Street, some families do come by car, but it's quite central. And there is good hospital transport systems to support both very vulnerable children that are going through particular treatments, have to come in regularly. That's available for them. So we are going to be looking very carefully in the Equality Health Impact Assessment about travel options, but overall this is a recommended change.
Councillor Cooper, Pat.
Sorry, Chair, do you mind if I just add something?
Sorry.
Dr. Chris Tibbs
Can you speak into your microphone?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Sorry. Dr. Chris Tibbs is our medical director for across the South East region. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it physically to be here today, but he is at the end of a text message, and he just wanted me to remind you that the premise of this and the whole reason of doing this piece of work is to improve and enhance better outcomes for our children. So that really is why we're doing this whole programme of work, and we are predicting that patient experience will improve for the reasons that we've just highlighted. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not here to decide whether it should go to one site, are we? I mean, that's a done deal. Whatever happens is going to go onto one site. Yeah, one or the other. So we're just what we're really here to decide is whether this is a substantial variation or development for the children in Medway. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to ask about the travel, so thank you for clarifying that. Also, can I make a request? It says in the documentation that the Health and Wellbeing Board has not been spoken to. Does this have to go forward to our Health and Wellbeing Board, because you mentioned this? Also, have we got the final decision on this committee? Because obviously, over your scrutiny committee's decisions go, or comments go to full council. Will it need full council to do this, or is it just us? We have the final decision.
We do have the final decision on whether or not it constitutes a substantial variation. If we decide that it does and we need to convene a JOS, then we would have to take a paper to council on that.
Thank you.
I was going to make a recommendation if we were at that stage.
Sorry?
I was going to make a recommendation at an appropriate stage, if you feel that we're there.
Well, so, yeah, okay, possibly.
I mean, I think, if I'm perfectly honest, very quietly, I'd say I think it is a substantial change. But actually, I don't think there's any benefit from having a joint HOSC. So
none whatsoever.
No. So I would say we decide it's not a substantial variation, that we don't want a joint HOSC, but I'm interested in what Hazel said about us keeping engaged in the process, and I think that would be really important, both at officer level and for members as well. So that's not a very coherent recommendation, but that's what I would suggest.
Yeah. Yes. One of the possible recommendations is that to agree the proposal from NHS England on changes to the children's cancer specialist treatment does not constitute substantial variation or development in the provision of health services, and NHS representatives be invited to this committee and present an update at an appropriate time. Does that cover it? That's what we're after.
Rather than just the NHS representatives coming to us to present an update, wouldn't it be also appropriate for us to work with them to see, well, obviously to have our own input whatsoever? In addition to...
In what capacity would we work with them?
Just like the others, I think I heard Hazel say that the other local authorities said they would like from time to time to have an input where that is required.
That's what you said, yeah. Okay. Councillor Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, I only think that we can recommend that this isn't a substantial variation and go ahead. And I've had quite a lot of dealings with joint committees, etc., and I've never, they just delay things in the end. But what I am a little concerned about is when we go out with consultation, how far and who will you and how will they approach that? Because I believe that that is the most important thing, and that could be fed back to us anyway then.
We're aiming to do a very comprehensive consultation, and if you do have an engagement officer within Medway Unitary Authority, then we would be very happy to link with that person to see if there are groups within the Medway geography that we should be speaking to as part of the consultation. So consultation, obviously, we have to go, there's some formal processes around reconfiguration planning in the NHS, so we have to take the proposals to a clinical senate, which will be a joint clinical senate from the South East region and London, so the two clinical senates working together, and then we have to go through an assurance process so that just basically to make sure that all the public consultation documents are of a sufficient standard. Going through those two steps, we would hope to take the consultation out in June and then do a 12-week consultation.
Sorry, Chair, are you okay if I just quickly add to that? Just to provide a few reassurances as well. Today I was in conversation with Medway Health Watch as well, so they're fully briefed, aware, and they've seen the papers that we're sharing here today. Also, as part of the EHIA, so our Equalities Health Impact Assessment process, we've got a representative from the Kent and Medway Cancer Alliance who will be reviewing that, and also one of your colleagues from Medway Council, one of your officers. So, so from the Kent and Medway geography, from the Medway geography, we're definitely picking that up because we do understand that every population is very important, and especially from the Equalities Impact Assessment perspective, we wanted to make sure that that was very thorough.
Thank you. Councillor Turbin. Liz.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I appreciate my question is not sort of actually in relation to the whether this is a substantial variation or not, but I think it's still relevant with regards to the information that's in the paper. So if that's okay, if I can ask, in 1.4 you sort of you give the two shortlisted options. So I just want to know, with regards to the consultation and information that will be put out there, because I'm just concerned that will there be sort of services lost from the, so, you know, you talk about the Evelina, for example. I mean, I know that hospital is already fit to burst, it seems, as it is. So my concern is, will there be provisions lost from that hospital that will have to be moved elsewhere? And will that information be put into the public domain in the consultation? Thank you.
The information will be put into the public domain. What we have done, obviously, in planning, looking at the two options, and is to have done an activity analysis of current work that happens at the Royal Marsden, translated that into capacity, whether that's bed capacity, theatre capacity, access to MRI, diagnostic capacity, and both of the options will have the capacity to meet the service requirements. So there will be estate developments for each of the options. The service can't move without those. So those should be put in place, and therefore there shouldn't be disruption to the current services.
Okay, are we done? Oh, Chair.
So I take it then, Chair, that we are, if I may just read, I move that we note the report from NHS England and agree that the proposal from NHS England on changes to the Children's Cancer Specialist Treatment Centres does not constitute a substantial variation or development in the provision of health services. The NHS representatives are invited to attend this committee and present an update at an appropriate time.
Is that seconded?
Well, I mean, Gloria's added something that was actually quite useful, which was a more of a longer process of engagement. I mean, we don't know what that might look like, But I just wonder, you know, I mean, I'd be happy for that to be in there.
I prefer that, actually. So it's not, we're not just receiving an update, but also we are part of, you know, the engagement process, if possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that seconded? Councillor Tranter? Or Councillor Johnson? Councillor Johnson. Makes it cross-party. Okay, is that agreed? Thank you. Well, thank you very much too and thank you for your patience, and maybe we'll see you again sometime. Yeah, have a safe journey home. Right, where were we? Remind me. Now moving on to agenda item, must be agenda 8, surely, yeah. Yes. The attendance of the very patient portfolio holder for Children's Services, the lead member, Councillor Josie Arles, is in attendance and is here to be held to account in relation to the independent reviewing officer service for which she has responsibility within her portfolio. As is the norm when portfolio holders are held to account, the committee has received the report from Councillor Arles and therefore I open it straight up to members for questions. Any member? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Arles, for coming this evening. The Administration's judicial review of the UASC National Transfer Scheme, the result of that came out in the last few days, and the result was that the judicial review failed. In the press surrounding that, the Leader of the Council referred to UASCs as illegal immigrants. Medway Labour puts illegal immigrants before Medway's children. I just wonder whether you would like to disassociate yourself from that description. The description that I would use of these young people is that they are often traumatised, they are definitely vulnerable, they are children, and they have fled persecution and war, and all sorts of issues that we can't begin to imagine. And they have come to us in search of sanctuary. And that description is not anything that anybody in Medway should really associate themselves with, that they are illegal immigrants. So firstly, I'd like you to have the opportunity to dissociate yourself from those remarks if you choose to do so. Secondly, in the same press, the Leader of the Council referred to costs being $600,000 per year per child for the children that we look after. My feeling is that he would not have used that sum had he not checked with you first, the cost, and checked with senior officers in the Directorate, the cost. And I wonder whether you can confirm that that is the cost, individual cost for children's services for children placed out of area, $600,000 a year, because I don't think it is that cost. I think that may be the upper end for SEND provision, specialist SEND provision, but I'd like that confirmed one way or another. A couple of other issues. You've chaired the Corporate Parenting Board, and that board has progressed in all sorts of ways over the last few years. And I pay credit to you and to council officers. I was a little bit uncertain about how the board was developing, but I think it's stronger and more successful than it was. So credit to those involved in that. But I think there is still an area of weakness, which is the role within the council as a whole for corporate parents, for the 55, as we are at the moment, councillors recognising their role as corporate parents. I know Councillor Howcroft-Scott's likely to raise an issue where that's particularly pointed. So I come back to a discussion that I've had before with you in these contexts about making Corporate Parenting Board a much more significant area for of awareness for the council as a whole, for all 55 councillors, in some way. It's a cabinet advisory body. As far as I can see, it never advises the cabinet. It should be in some way reported to full council so that all councillors can recognise the role that they have as corporate parents. And finally, the safety valve intervention programme. You'll be aware that I have concerns about the practicalities of the financing and what's happened for us to get to this stage. I welcome the fact that we've got support that we didn't have a year ago, but I've got some real concerns, and I'm still pursuing that. The SEND strategy is partly predicated on the basis of shifting from EHCPs to in-school support. I have real concerns about how that will work for parents, and the parents are so keen on EHCPs because they often feel, rightly or wrongly, that schools are not meeting their needs. My question to you is, how well have you engaged with parents of children with families with SEND as we go into that SEND strategy implementation over the next couple of years or so? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Well, I would just like to say that I can't comment really on Councillor Jarrett's description. That's his opinion. What I think is that it is a very sad situation. There is no doubt about that. But in terms of our children in Medway, I put them first. I will say that they come first for me. But I do accept the direction and the reasons behind that, and it does actually put us in a very difficult situation because, as we will come on to later, is the sufficiency within Medway for our own children. So you would see an additional pressure. So that is all I would like to say on that for the time being. I mean, I can't really comment on Councillor Jarrett's opinion on that, and I don't think I'm in a position to do so either. In terms of the cost that he quoted, the costs are variable, and the high end is also variable and have been known to be between £10,000 and £14,000 per week. So I'm not sure if he's taking an average or he actually thought that there was one particular case of 600,000 that would equate to £600,000 a year. Perhaps, James, is that a current cost?
It's not straightforward. I'm going to have to look at this, Councillor Isles. I understand your question, but it depends where your starting point is. So I will provide that information subsequent to this meeting, Councillor.
It is because they are variable according, to need and actually the provider costs, etc., etc. So if you wouldn't mind, if that can be provided, please. The Corporate Parenting Board, yes, I think you should also include yourself in that, Councillor Johnson, as a Corporate Parenting Board member. I think that we should be very pleased with the development that we've achieved over the last years. In terms of the council role, as you know, we try to promote the whole council approach by having representation from the various departments within the council. In terms of awareness, this is, I absolutely agree with you that we seem to be losing on that in terms of the awareness to all 55 councillors. And it's been rather disappointing that, that those councillors have not taken up the invitation that they can come along and observe our meetings. Obviously, they cannot participate in those meetings, but it would be really lovely to see them sitting there observing the work that we do and actually to understand the principles of being a good corporate parent. So hopefully going forward we could remedy that, and I would say to all those members here this evening that you do have a responsibility as a corporate parent, and we would be delighted to see you come along to observe our meetings. So that's just a shout out for that. But of course it is very important because it does affect all areas of the council. In terms of the safety valve intervention programme, I'm aware that you have concerns, but I can't actually comment on any of that at the moment because it really is out of my remit, and I would refer anything to finance. That's my response to that. The SEND strategies, I have actually attended the Medway Parent Carer Forum this morning, and we were actually touching on the EHCPs for SEND children, and that's really, I have to be honest to say that is as far as I've gone. I haven't actually spoken to any individual parents on this, but of course that is something going forward when we start to roll out the strategy and the new plan. So I will obviously take that on board, Councillor Johnson, and I will, make an effort and focus on speaking to parents as I can.
Pat, then Joanne.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Councillor Isles. Yes, we can all talk about the Corporate Parenting Board and the work that's been going on there, and a lot of the documentation and things that we've done have been appearing elsewhere on this agenda. So yes, Councillor Johnson has been part of that, and I'm very pleased to have been part of that as well. Can I ask you a couple of questions, please? On 3.3 of your report, there's mention here about Eden House, etc., but we still haven't had any more information about Alt Even, and that's not been mentioned here. And I know that there are works ongoing, but I'm just wondering if you've had any more news about that. And 4.2, talking about the funding that was only agreed till the end of March 2023, and there's going to be a neglect conference. Are we due to be looking at or going to be trying to bid for more funding? Because I think that that's been quite successful, but to shut it off at this month, I think would be a backward step. So hopefully the conference on neglect might bring forth something. And going back to the Corporate Parenting Board, we have champions, but you haven't mentioned housing champions, of which Councillor Howcroft-Scott and I are two of them. We are the housing champions, and we have written in reports. So I think that if that could be amended, please, to include us, I think we would both be quite grateful. Thank you.
I'll answer the last one first. I believe that comes under the care leavers, the housing. So you are mentioned, but not specifically as housing. So that comes under the care leavers. I'm just going to look to see exactly what we've actually put down there. What number, Pat, do you know what number, quickly? Is it the permanent? It's not the permanent homes, but I have seen it in the report whereby we refer to care leavers, which I took to cover the housing champion. Okay. In terms of the additional funding, I'm not aware of any funding. Donna, could you just clarify the situation around that, please?
Assuming you mean the DFE funding, we've just been pulling a bid together now. It hasn't come to Councillor Iles yet, but just been working on a bid now to ask for some additional funding for 23-24. We haven't been able to put it in yet because they haven't been accepting anything. So they've just done that now. So that will go forward. It won't be the same offer that we've had for 22-23, which was about that multidisciplinary service and the focus on neglect. It'll be some more broader range funding around things like quality assurance, some data support, some support with recruitment as well, and things like that.
And regarding Eden House, it is still work in progress, James. If you're able to give us an update, a summary update.
Yeah, so
as to where you are at this moment.
Yeah, so for Eden House or Even, we went through the Star Chamber process in January and got initial approval to explore the options. Councillor Johnson and I had a conversation about it a little while ago. So we're looking to run both provisions in-house. Eden House, which is the old vicarage for those of you that don't know, we're looking to run as an internal provision, so as a council-run provision as an EBD children's home. Or Even, clearly there's a lot of work to be done to Or Even as a building, because that was one of the reasons why it was initially closed. So we're in the very early stages of scoping as to what that would look like if we needed to renovate it to get that up and running to support some of our children with special educational needs and learning disabilities and autism. So that's where we are, as Councillor Iles says, very early stages, but we have got some sort of plans in place to start moving those forward.
And I can assure you of my support for that and promotion of that going forward. I think it's an excellent idea. The question around champions was at 7.11 confined, where it says, as health, education and our care leavers. So that housing would come under that. Councillor Cooper. It's no less as important.
Okay, all done. Okay. Joanne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Iles. I was just wondering if you could, or if you had an update on the aspirational officer, please. Also, I did raise the matter with you and Donna. I was subbing for planning and I was really disappointed with the Chair of Planning's response when I queried a house being converted into a residence, like a children's home type thing, a small one, for children with complex behaviour issues. And my concern was, I went to have a look and it's kind of like, you know, there's no road for about 250 metres, and then after that 250 metres without a road, it's the sea. So I just wanted that issue to be deferred, maybe back to social care or corporate parenting, to think, you know, is that a good location for troubled children with behaviour issues and complex needs? When the chair of planning just said to me, well, planning said to us all, you know, what has, you know, planning got to do with corporate parenting, or corporate parenting to do with planning? Well, you know, we're all corporate parents and it's a very important job, and I think children matter really. And well, they matter to me. My foster children have been invited to Eden House and really enjoyed their visit there, even though work is in progress. And I just wondered also if you could elaborate on what the education champions have done. Those are my points. Thank you, Chair.
The aspirations role has become permanent. So that will run on from the 1st of April. Good. Yes. First, before I go into any detail regarding your query, there is going to be a meeting arranged between myself, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Maple with Donna to discuss that issue and explore. But from my perspective, all corporate parents need to understand the principles and the responsibility of being a corporate parent and apply it, if it's appropriate, to all areas, including the planning. But as it was explained to you by Donna, there is a process in place prior that is undertaken by Children's Commissioning in terms of quality assurance and I think it's liaison with Ofsted over any applications that come forward. So that is covered, and also there has been a process put in place whereby any application of that type are flagged up to Children's Commissioning and it has been by the Director for Children's Services recently, and with the request that the appropriate ward councillors are notified. So that's when the ward councillor comes in. So it's therefore a question, and we will obviously discuss that in more depth in that meeting with Councillor Johnson and Councillor Maple, myself and Donna, about how that is applied. Because there could be some concerns that are born out of those responsibilities and could form a basis of representation at the planning committee on anything. That's what I think. But as I say, we are going to have a further discussion on that to work around how that is going to be applied. So that's sufficient for now, I think. But we will be having that meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask Councillor Osborne, Tristan.
Chair, would you just mind for a moment, just a point of order on that one there, because the Chair of Planning is not here to defend herself, but I was present at that meeting and she was not stating that we are not corporate parents when we're on planning. She was merely making the point that the considerations weren't necessarily planning considerations, but would come under this commissioning board or some other regulatory body.
Thank you for that intervention. You're quite right. Councillor Osborne.
Excuse me, one of my questions hasn't been answered.
Sorry, which one have I missed?
Which particular question was it?
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. I wanted...
the education champions.
Champion.
The recent meeting myself and actually Councillor Parra had with the virtual head and the deputy virtual head was around children being placed outside of the borough, outside of Medway, and how smooth that transition is, and making sure that everything is in place. It was discovered, to be clear, there were some gaps that needed to be worked on in terms of the receiving local authority, and just really to sort of settle the child in and make sure that they were not missing out on anything as in a smooth transition. And I will be honest, there does seem to be some areas of concerns around that, which myself and Councillor Opara will be looking into and working with the virtual head.
Thank you, Councillor Isles. And in response to Councillor Potter, if I've made a mistake, it's on video, so that's fine. Clarity will prevail.
Just to add to the comment on education champions, it was that recent. It was only a few weeks back, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now moving on to Councillor Osborne. Tristan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Councillor Isles. A couple of questions. My first one, I'm going in reverse order. So 11.5 on page 23, you've indicated that there is potentially a consultation on travel that is about to occur with SEND. You've indicated that these will be consulted upon during the spring. We're quickly approaching the spring period. And I was wondering when we can expect that paper before us, because clearly we might be entering PERDA period in April. So I'm assuming it will be coming in the next couple of weeks, and I'm just looking to see if you've signed off on that, and we can take a look at that, and maybe you can give us some heads up on what potentially might be in it. That's 11.5 on page 23. My next question is on attendance. And I raised this earlier because it came out in the annual report. So if I look back at attendance under the last government, 97% was the attendance figure in 2010, and we're now 13% persistently absent. So that's more children that are not attending 38 sessions as it's defined in the annual report. There's been a massive deterioration in attendance. Can I ask whether you are adequately resourced in the attendance team? Can I ask how many prosecutions and fines have been issued to parents and or residents in relation to this? Because we cannot sustain this level of, we can't sustain any progress in Medway if we are going to continue to see 13% of kids, 1 in 8 children, persistently absent from schools. That is not a sustainable position. So I need to know what we're doing and what we're doing with governments to try and rectify that, and what you're doing for that, because that is a serious problem. And just thirdly, in relation to corporates, so the care and care leavers, I note in the later report on Medway's Children's Sufficiency Strategy, which I think is coming up, that 8% of our care leavers are not in appropriate care. So can you clarify, what does that actually mean? Do we have care leavers in unregulated locations and hostels where we're not watching them? Can you just clarify what that actually means to me? I think that's around sort of 20 to 30 people or something, or maybe a bit less. But even then, it's the numbers are going up. In addition, children are coming into care at a later age, and we're seeing an increasing variety of support needs there. So can I solicit sort of where are we changing our sort of in terms of finance and function? How is that changing the environment for us? So is that a challenge going forward in terms of more elderly children effectively that we need to cater for? Is that proving to be a challenge, and how are we looking at that? And just lastly, just in relation to the first point that was raised on you're in the Cabinet, you take collective responsibility in the Cabinet. We're trying to be a child-friendly city. We're out there selling that message. Us on this side are very proud of that message as well. And yet today the press, last week a press statement went out basically saying that some children were illegal, using denigrating language. Now, you either accept Cabinet responsibility or you don't. So do you stand by the language used by your leader in calling children illegal immigrants? And how much does this cost this authority to challenge your own government in relation to children, and this is children, remember, this is children in care. How much does it cost us as an authority to have to pursue your own government on this? And have you recommended to the leader that he changes his language in relation to this issue? Because it is a very serious one. These children are highly vulnerable, and yet we're seeing inappropriate language being used. So I just wanted to know what recommendations you've made to him as a senior cabinet member in regards to that issue. Thank you.
Well, I'll take the last one first, and that is that the cost so far is £26,000. I haven't seen Councillor Jarrett yet. I've been quite busy this week. But as I will just revert back to what I said in response to Councillor Johnson, Councillor Osborne. The coming into care, it is a current challenge, and it has been. But I think that once we have made the improvements, but once they start to sort of have an impact, we should be seeing a diminished number of children coming into care. That is basing it on what the improvements that we have made. However, I can't talk for society in itself. You know, I mean, there's all sorts of things that can happen. But in terms of the improvements that we've made, we should be seeing that impact on a gradual basis so that we have less children coming into care, because we've actually put the early interventions that are required and that perhaps have been lacking, you know, in the past, into place. So I would be looking to see a positive impact of those improvements and less children coming into care. Sorry, could you just repeat your care leavers? 8% of.
Yeah, happy to do so. So 8% of care leavers are, well, if I take the Children's Sufficiency strategy, which is later on in the report, it says that 92% of care leavers were living in suitable accommodation. So if I take the opposite of that, 8% to not living in suitable accommodation, can you clarify what that actually means? Because that is a worrying thing that we're just kind of advertising.
It is, and I don't know, do the operational side, but I will call upon Donna, if you can clarify that, Donna, because it's obviously, you know, moving situation.
Yeah, and one you'll be aware of, I think it's just the way it's framed in there, what we would call that unsuitable in terms of Ofsted standards, and that'll be the young people we've got in prisons, unregistered accommodation, unsuitable, you know, be described as unsuitable because we would want them to be into registered provision and we haven't got it. So, you know, we monitor those children closely, obviously. And if you're in prison, it's definitely unsuitable. So we can't do anything about it, but we would be overseeing it.
Your question on 11.5, is it 11.5 officers are reviewing the fuel allowance? Was that the one, Councillor Osborne?
Yes, that is correct. There should be a consultation that should be coming out in spring, and I was just wondering if you could give us a heads up on whether you'd seen that consultation, whether you've had any chance to give us an update on when that's due to be published. Thank you.
The answer is no, I haven't seen that consultation, and I can't obviously give you an update on it, but I can certainly ask for an update to be provided. And in terms of prosecution to parents, again, I don't have those numbers or figures to hand, so can we also provide an update, please, for that? Well, that's not you, Rebecca, is it? But if it can be noted.
Can I clarify, Mr. Chairman, whether we are due to get this consultation? Because if the portfolio is unaware of it, that might raise questions about whether this consultation is due to happen. So can I check with senior officers whether there is a delay to this or whether we are due to see something in the next month or two?
You're still talking about 11.5, aren't you?
That is correct, yeah.
I was aware that the training, the travel training programme was due to come forward.
So I think at this point you will be aware of it. What's happened is it's only just been considered at this point. Early discussions about the process has just been considered by DMT with Leanne. So
Yeah.
I think it's got.
Well, I was aware of it prior to that,
Yeah.
the travel training, because I have to say I thought we did have a travel training programme in place. At least those on the appeals panel did. Yeah, so I'm pleased that we are actually focusing on that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, I mean, 11.5 seems quite clear at the moment. It's going to be consulted on during the spring of 2023. Well, spring only started yesterday.
Indeed it did. That's why I was wondering where the consultation was, or whether or not the portfolio was aware of it, which she is not, which would be a bit odd given we are due to start consulting upon this, would it? I might suggest, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. What fuel allowance are you actually referring to?
In 11.5 it refers to a review of fuel allowance, where practical and possible.
There are options that parents have.
Mm-hmm.
They can take a fuel allowance.
Okay.
As well as the transport.
Right.
Or other than the transport.
Okay. So it's going to this consultation will start shortly, won't it? Presumably.
Well, yes.
And you will be informed.
Unfortunately, I cannot speak to the AD until Monday, which I will do.
Okay. Yeah. Happy? All right. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Isles, for coming along this evening. I'm delighted that you've made a visit to Parklands, and I think you'd be in agreement with me that at long last we've now got an excellent service there that we struggled for a long time to get, and I'm quite pleased that Parkland is actually doing what we want it to do and giving respite to some of our disadvantaged children. The other thing I'd like to go on to is fostering. It's not a good picture, but I'm sure things are improving, and I wonder if you agree with me that the FFA is a good scheme, and how much would you encourage that? I've had my doubts at times, I can assure you, when it's come to panel, and I've not always been happy about it. But I do think, in my opinion, it's a positive thing, and I hope you do as well.
Right, in terms of Parklands, I'm very pleased with the provision that gives to parents and children. And I have to say that, and acknowledge the excellent work that has been done there by the manager and by the head of service. I mean, it is really in a very good place at the moment. And I know from previous visits how much parents value Parklands, so I'm absolutely delighted that, we are actually providing that respite to, to the families. So that is really good, and I can only see it going from strength to strength as well, and it certainly has my support. Well, fostering. Yes, I mean, I would not disagree with you, but I also think that in-house fostering is also very good as well. Unfortunately, it is presenting us with some challenge at the moment, but I think we need to have in place what is in the best interest of the child.
Just come back to, so you think that FFA is a good thing?
The IFA.
No, FFA, fostering for adoption. Yeah?
Sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you said IFA. Yes, fostering for adoption. Yes, absolutely, I agree with you. Yes, I would. In fact, I've actually, at one of my safeguarding visits, actually it was the first one where the foster parents went on to adopt the child. Well, actually it was a baby, toddler, that they had, so yeah. And they were absolutely delighted with, you know, with everything that was wrapped around them, so yes, great. I can't hear you, Wendy.
People do foster and go on to adopt.
Yes.
Which we lose foster carers through that, but at least we have very positive outcomes for our children.
It is, and that's what we want. We want the positive outcomes and the, you know, for the best for our children.
Are we done, gentlemen, the ladies? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we note the report and thank Councillor Isles for her attendance. In addition to, I think Councillor Osborne had made one or two requests for.
Is that seconded? Councillor Tijan, thank you. Is that agreed?
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Isles and Councillor Potter, for your patience and perseverance. And you're quite welcome to stay, but if you wish to go home and put your feet up, you're welcome. But
No,
it's your choice.
I asked to stay.
You asked to stay, and you still want to stay. Excellent.
I still want to stay.
You still want to stay. Well done. Thank you very much for that. Okay, right then, moving on then to item 9. Children's Social Care Sufficiency Strategy, which is on pages 145 through 100 and, not 140 surely. Anyway, it starts on roundabout by 145. James Harman will introduce the report. So if you've got anything you wish to add before I open it up for debate.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm hoping that you've all had a good chance to read it. So just as a very brief introduction, this follows on from the 2020 outline sufficiency strategy we had. We've reformed it, taken into account the current national picture and the local picture, and themed it under 4 key themes. So supporting families, a place to call home, promoting stability, and moving forward. It should outline what some of our current challenges are and some of our plans as to how we're going to address them over the next 2 or 3 years. So happy to take any comments or questions.
Members. Yes, Clive, sorry.
No, sorry.
I nodded.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, James, for the report. It reads in a very positive way. I think that, I mean, it goes without saying, a key issue is the what seems to be a bit of a Wild West situation where young people are placed in other authorities on a fairly unscrutinised way. So the report says that we've got 380 in Medway from outside, and we're putting 271 from Medway outside. Now, obviously, in both cases, there will be an element of those which have to be placed outside their own authorities, so, accept that. But, it's an absurd situation that we're in. And, I think it's reflected in other ways, homelessness, DV, placements, all those sorts of things. I think there's an element of it. So what's needed is some sort of strategic discussion / regulation on a regional, national basis to manage this, isn't it? Something like a national transfer scheme, actually, but let's not particularly go there at the moment. I've had enough stress on that one already. So the question is, you've all got your professional associations. We act as an authority in consultation and in discussion with government. What's going on to try to get some sense in that basic situation with other organisations, other councils? That's number one. The principles in the, I said the report's very positive, and absolutely it is. But to some extent, it's my reading of it, and this may be unfair, is putting a sort of gloss on what we have to do anyway, putting a positive gloss on what we have to do anyway, which is to try and effectively minimise demand. And the ways of doing that will, I think will be a benefit to young people. But I just wonder how successful it's likely to be, whether it's been tried elsewhere, whether it's, we're picking up a model and using it from somewhere else, because that would, I think, perhaps give me some confidence that it would have the possibility of having a real impact. And I guess an observation. 4 or 5 years ago, we were calling in the closure of the old vicarage because it was an outstanding provision in a local authority that's just gone inadequate. Well, we closed it, and we as a group called it in. Ultimately, even the administration group had problems with its closure as well. We've advocated growing our own children's homes. There was a reluctance to do that, but now we are. I'm just making the point, I guess, that we've gone full circle. In the short time I've been a councillor, we've gone full circle. And perhaps, I know there were difficulties with the old vicarage in terms of being able to place the right mix of young people, all that sort of stuff. I accept that. But it does seem to have been quite a destructive process that we've gone through of having a home, closing it, and now we brought it back to life. That didn't work particularly well. We're trying to bring it back to life in another way. It just seems such a, clumsy, wasteful process that we've gone through. So that's probably not a very helpful comment, but I needed to say it anyway. The other two might be more that's something you could comment on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. I'll try and pick up some of those points. So I think your point about the market and the numbers of young people that are travelling outside of Medway and those coming back in is pertinent and is certainly not where we'd like to be. We'd like to keep as many of our young people as close to home as possible. There are some occasions, as Councillor Isles and I were discussing the other day, that young people might need to be a bit further away from Medway for various reasons, including safeguarding, but that's the minority rather than the majority. I think those that are placed anywhere, well, including Medway, those young people that are placed away are not unscrutinised in any way. I think we've got, I would arguably say, and I think it did come out in one of the previous Ofsted inspections, that our oversight and quality assurance is really, really good. That sits kind of within my team and halfway within Becky Cooper's team. And the amount of documentation and visits that we put providers under quite often will have the opposite effect, that they'll sort of say, nobody else is asking us to do this, why do we want to work with you? But we know that the standards we want are very, very high. We do have providers on embargo lists and such like, so we're not going to use poor providers. So I can provide some assurance that we've got really robust systems in there, not just policies and documentation, but face-to-face visits. And we're doing a lot of work about embedding that into social work practice as well. So they've got a mind on some of those quality functions as well. Around the in-house children's homes options, I mean, yeah, we have gone full circle, I suppose, but there has been a huge change in the market. We had an independent report written by the National Children's Home Association talking about market values, and there were over 2,000 beds within existing children's homes nationally that can't be filled because of staffing shortages. That's the reality of it. We had a call this week from one children's home that said, actually, we're going to have to close down because we can't get our staff in. So it's not an uncommon picture. I think we are trying to do things differently internally. We're trying to maximise the benefits of being a unitary authority, the benefits that it has from having a close-knit team and having dedicated social workers that they'll know and kind of support them. So we are trying to use all of those sort of system levers that we've got available to us to try and make things work. So I can give you as much assurance as I can that we are trying all of these things. We're learning on national practice about what has worked, what hasn't worked, and as I say, we are taking independent advice. That report recommended to the council that we started to build our own stock of, you know, internal children's homes and residential provision to help balance that reliance on a market and the costs that that market is currently seeing. Was there another point? Apologies.
Perhaps I could just clarify. The issue about out of area wasn't so much about safeguarding for two reasons. One, I had no doubt that there were adequate safeguards being taken, and because I think actually I've had conversations about that with officers. I think my point is about the inefficiency of the system, whereby we get 380 in and we have to therefore ship 270 out. That's not a great way of putting it, but you know what I mean. Where a coordinated national scheme won't be perfect, but at least might tackle that in some way that you know, we're not doing that rather bizarre and wasteful and inefficient process, which isn't great for the young people, certainly isn't great for the authority, and you know, that we could in some way devise a better system. So, you know, I jokingly referred to the National Transport Scheme. That's effectively what that was about, wasn't it? You know, so Kent and Hillingdon were getting large numbers of UASCs. That wasn't fair on them or their council taxpayers, so the government mandated that we should all take some. Didn't end well for Medway, but you know, is that sort of principle. So my question was about what might be going on behind the scenes to tackle that, because I can't believe 150 odd local authorities are willing to put up with it. I mean, they shouldn't be.
I don't know whether you want to pick that from a DCF level.
Sorry, I'll pick that up, just because I've been involved in some of the work that's happening sort of nationally. So there's the Association of Directors of Children's Services. There's a significant and a really big programme that's been running over the last year or so since the McAllister Review. Now that is really looking at how we're going to tackle the issues there is for sufficiency nationally, which are really significant. And a lot of that work from the McAllister Review is recommending some sort of proposal around regional care cooperatives that will take a more structured national approach and regional approach to how we manage sufficiency across the whole market. That has only just recently been implemented, the strategy around what the proposals there are from central government to respond to that review, and part of that will be the work around managing sufficiency nationally, and it is one of the large parts of the proposals for consultation over this coming year. So everyone recognises that nationally it's not where it needs to be, and something significant needs to happen, and all of the local authorities are very actively engaged and quite strongly voiced in that as well.
Okay. Councillor Turpin, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to add my comments about Eden House as well. As Councillor Johnson, I do find it incredibly frustrating that, you know, Councillor Johnson talked about sort of going full circle in a short space of time. I mean, it's under 4 years because it's been in my time, you know, as a councillor, and it was sort of within my first year. So it's yeah, it is in frustrating, and I think when this was called in, I mean, I think at that time we were put in a very difficult position to be able to do a huge amount about it, because it was already sort of run down to sort of, you know, only a couple of children there, and obviously the cost of that was, you know, it's not efficient use of space, and I think we kind of felt between a rock and a hard stone at that point. I don't think it was anything that any of us really wanted to see happen, but we had to take the advice. So I think, you know, what I'm hearing, James, is that you're sort of saying that we were incredibly sort of unfortunate at that time to be sort of maybe given that advice that residential homes weren't needed, when I look at page 11 of the strategy and it says that residential care has increased over the last 3 years. So is that the case, that we would just happen to be at a very unfortunate position then when we made that decision, and then it's totally done the opposite since?
Yeah, I can't really comment on what happened sort of 4 years ago because obviously I wasn't in the post and sort of had a lot to do with that. I think, you know, it's my job as Head of Children's Services Commissioning to respond to our current needs and the market environments, and where we are now is very much that we need local children's homes for our local children. I'm not sure what the situation was 4 years ago around local homes, but clearly as the Sufficiency strategy outlines, we've got increasing needs of young people that have come since COVID, and actually this feels right now for the current climate. Donna, I don't know whether you want to add to that.
I think the market today is a very different one to what we experienced 4 or 5 years ago. Sufficiency is in a totally different place across children's services. 4 or 5 years ago, children's homes weren't a challenge. Placements for children weren't the challenge they are now. There was secure provision. There was a good range of children's homes. We weren't struggling with staffing residential. We weren't struggling to the same degree with any of our placement options for children. That market over the last 4 years is phenomenally different. And there are a range of drivers behind that. The lack of control over the cost of that market has driven that down a particular pathway. The cost of living, COVID, people making different life choices, reduction in staffing, all of those drivers across the various areas have completely turned that market on its head nationally from where we were. So I think there is an unfortunateness to some of that, a lot of circumstance which is beyond all of the council's controls, and that you're seeing that that's played out as things have turned to where we sit today. I think you couldn't have predicted a lot of those things. Most local authorities all over the country got rid of their children's home stock. Most local authorities are now frantically trying to rebuild it because the market is not in control. So I don't think that's unique to Medway. Certainly, before I came to Medway, I worked all over the country, and everywhere is in the same place.
Thank you, and I'd appreciate your feedback on that. I mean, it just felt like, sort of, hindsight, it felt like maybe a knee-jerk reaction to how the situation was at that time. Obviously, it was needed in the past, and then things changed, and we made we seemed to make a very quick decision on it, which we're obviously now regretting. But
What I couldn't do is talk specifically, because I wasn't an officer in the council at the time, but I could talk in that context of that national picture. And I think most local authorities have found themselves here where we are. It's not unique. Most are rebuilding their stock.
Thank you. If I can just move on to I've just got one other question, if that's okay. I was just reading as well about the sort of insufficient short break provision for disabled children. And I just wanted to ask sort of what work we do with Demelza. I know that they are keen to expand their provision. Obviously, they're very much, they can cater very well for disabled children. They're not just a hospice. And I just wondered what sort of communications we have as a council with them to try and, use what they have on offer.
So with Demelza, I haven't had any communication with them recently, but one of our big ambitions for the kind of the next financial year is to really concentrate on short breaks. We know we've been doing quite a lot of work with ROC. For those of you who don't know, Rivermead Inclusive Trust do some great work and great short breaks, but their capacity is sort of almost at max now. We know that Parklands is also sort of very, very busy. So we are organising a market engagement event where we're going to bring anybody that's interested in that particular area in to outline our vision and encourage people to kind of work with us moving forward. We're also doing some work at the moment to understand the need as well, because obviously, understanding the need is quite a difficult thing because not everybody wants to take up that offer. Some people might need more than they want, so we're going to have to do some consultation work with families to understand what need they want, and obviously the whole the whole short breaks can be so diverse, as you rightly point out, about what young people need, that it's not a one-size-fits-all. And we do need to make sure that in Medway that we have a variety of options available to parents, all of a good standard as well, because, you know, going back to our quality metrics, we don't want young people just placed in sort of anywhere. So I can assure you that that is a focus of ours for the next sort of 12 months to really get us back in line and understand the need and deliver those services that we need.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think rather than sort of trying to reinvent the wheel with certain provisions, you know, if there's ones there that we can commission to use, appreciate they're a charity, but obviously we could maybe commission their services if they've got the capacity. Obviously they've got to, you know, let you know whether they've got the capacity. So yeah, it's great to hear that you'll be talking with them. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm very interested in this document because, as colleagues have said, we have had discussions about this before. I was especially interested in the what will we do bit about high quality and flexible provisions for Medway's children, including a specialist home for children with neurodiverse conditions, including learning disabilities and autism. That is really interesting that we're going to be having to do this. But we haven't got any idea of numbers yet of how many young people will be in any of these provisions. Is there any idea?
So with that particular one we're referring to, or even, and developing that, it'll depend on what the architects come back around what we can do with the existing building. We know traditionally it was a sort of 5 to 6 bedroomed facility. Clearly we'll look at what the architect come back with, how much the costs are and how many young people we could accommodate there. So at the moment I can't be sort of precise about what the size of that provision will look like, but that is what we're referring to in that particular statement.
I have a couple more questions. I was interested about the regional, the CRG, the regional network, because I've never heard of that before, Children's Cross Regional Network. So that's something that has just been referred to, but I don't think we've seen this before in any paperwork.
Yeah, so that one's slightly different to what we were referring to before. So this is effectively a cross authority framework where we can seek placement. So lots of providers will put their availability on there and local, and we can then go on the system and say, oh, okay, such and such a home in Croydon has got a place, maybe we can send them a referral for that young person. So it is it's an existing regional tool that we've recently added ourselves to. We have got frameworks ourselves, so we're part of a LASER framework, which is for children's residential homes. We're part of a joint Kent and Medway framework for independent fostering agencies. And joining that framework just gives us another potential portal and insight into working into with other local authorities. There's also things like shared quality assurance. So, for example, if Middlesex have recently gone out to a provision and done a quality assurance check, they can share that information with us to give us some of that assurance. So that's what CCRAG is.
And my third question might not be relevant to our young people, but it was just interesting that the marriage age has now been raised to 18, and also civil partnerships. So if any of our young people now were thinking of, doing this, A, we don't know if they will be, but if they are and they're not somewhere where they can live together, that might prove to be difficult. And fourthly, have we, and I know I've asked this before, have we been in discussion with the Landlords Forum? Because I brought this up before and asked if this was something that we are going to do about private sector housing.
I'm not 100% how to respond to that. So with regards to Landlords Forum, so we have forums that we have with local providers, so supported accommodation providers, for example, both those that are registered and not, and we have regular conversations with them about sufficiency and quality. Donna, I don't know whether you want to add anything about the particular marriage issue.
I think that'll still be about young people's individual choices if they choose to live with someone, and we would work with young people's choices. So accommodation would be based on need and based on the young person's rights and entitlements to make those choices themselves. But we don't regularly have lots of young people that are living together in shared accommodation anyway. It's not a significant need that we've got. We get families, young families, but in a different space probably.
I just thought I would ask.
Yeah, well, an interesting question for us. Always keep us on our toes.
Tristan. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Habib.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to probe a little bit on 2.1 in regards to after leaving care. Where's the strategy around ensuring that our young people are ready to leave care in terms of training, apprenticeship, further learning? Where does that sit within this sufficiency strategy?
Yeah, so I'll kick off and Donna can add to it. It's been a huge piece of work for us as a council around kind of that care leaving strategy and getting young people ready for adulthood. We work really, really closely as a commissioning team with Donna's teams and people like the youth service to work with young people to ensure they're ready. So there's a huge amount of support that is out there for them, both from the council directly, but with a whole range of independent providers and indeed the placements that they're in themselves. So we do regularly ask that question, and through some of the new panels that we've set up, they focus specifically on those young people that are sort of on that pathway to adulthood, asking those questions about where the young people are, what their skills are, what we can do to help develop them and get them ready.
I'll just add a couple of bits to James's points there. We've been working internally on building a programme for young people leaving care about being ready for independence. So that'll be a training programme we roll out for all young people, helping to get them ready. We also build in some of the commissioning contracting. There's quite a lot of support for young people in accommodation, whether that's shared accommodation or supported housing, where there is skills for living. We've got things like our aspirations officer that sits in the care leaver service who provides support to get young people into learning, education, training and all of those sorts of things to help. And then we've also got other staff. We've got a housing personal advisor who's helping with making sure young people's tenancies are in the right spaces. And all of that work builds a package of care around young people where we hope that we do our best to get them ready for independence, along with we've had a really significant programme running about trying to make sure that the accommodation offers are being thought through much earlier in young people's journeys. So we've been tracking and starting to look at glide paths for young people about where's the right thing for them, what's going to be their plan next year. Let's start to plan them into all of our accommodation planning and thinking so that we're much more progressive in our thinking for young people to make sure that the space is right for them to move into.
Councillor Oswald, Tristan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So a couple of questions. So first of all, I note in the report you're saying that the profile of the care leaver is getting older. And I've looked over the last 6 years, there's a trend of increasing numbers. So I suppose there's two elements to the first question I have. First of all, why is it that the care profile age is getting older? Is there something we're missing with younger people? Is there an element of, are we not identifying perhaps needs at younger people that are then not transferring into the care system? Why has that demographic shifted? And is that because of is there a systemic issue there? Or is that a narrative that perhaps is being discussed at the moment? Because that is a very odd dynamic, and that might be, and I've heard from colleagues tonight that we're expecting the curve to flatten or the numbers to go down. Now, taking into account, I don't want to mention UASCs, but clearly that number will potentially impact us. So that number's going up. And looking at other sufficiency strategies elsewhere, that isn't a narrative necessarily I'm reading in other authorities. So I just wanted to understand why we're predicting a flattening of the curve. And is that because the demographic of our profile is just older, and so therefore they're just falling out of the system? Because if you're predicating on that outcome, is there something you're missing with younger cohorts that perhaps we're not doing right? I don't know is the answer. Maybe you have more narrative on that. The second one is just on the edge of care services. So you've mentioned a lot about services we're doing within, and some of these are meta-narratives, and they're very thematic compared to previous reports this council's produced. So I've looked at the previous 2 reports, very detailed, lots of stats coming at me. This one's very thematic. What are you doing on edge of care? Because clearly this links back to my first question. Is there a cohort of people who are almost about to come into the system, but for some reason are not? And has the thresholds changed? That means that they're not entering the system. So I'm just probing a bit more on that, if possible. And then thirdly, there were also narratives previously around, and I appreciate permanency planning is already in here, special long-term fostering is in here as well. A special guardianship offer was mentioned a few years ago. I didn't see that in here, so I don't know if that's something we just dropped, or maybe it's rephrased or repackaged. And then this issue of reunification, again, was in a narrative that I saw in previous reports, but I'm not necessarily seeing in this. So again, is that something we've just said, well, it just hasn't worked out, so therefore it's not really going to be a strategy going forward? Because I appreciate that the system that the context now has changed so significantly. So they're sort of my 4, I don't know if you can answer all of those, but just on my wider thoughts.
I'll pick them up because it's more probably the granular detail of practice, probably some of that's featuring into rather than only about commissioning. So children in care age is rising. That's not unique to Medway. We're all seeing that children are coming into care older. How much of that is an impact of COVID and children's emotional well-being and mental health and those issues, and how that impacts on children over time, I don't think we know at the moment. We're certainly seeing young people presenting with increasing needs, and so that has to be part of our thinking. We've also got to overlay that, I think, in Medway with a history of, we've had poorer quality services, and that does have an impact. Children that suffered neglect a long time ago, it takes a while to come through our system. I know we've talked about that before, the sort of legacy of that takes time, where neglect is a feature for children's harm and the impact on them to really be recognised and understood. So we've still got some of that in our system, which is a bit what Councillor Iles is talking about, I think, in a way about you'd hope that would start to flatten off as we get that better, that less children where we've got legacy will come in through the system, I think. But we are seeing nationally an increase in children in care for every local authority, or most local authorities. So that we don't understand that. We can't really anticipate what that's going to look like. And certainly if you add on our unaccompanied, if we get those children, that would obviously inflate our figures, but they're a different cohort to the cohort that Councillor Iles has talked about. So there's variable factors that could impact on those numbers, really, and the stability of those numbers. But if we get practice right, then we would keep more children at home, less children would come into the care system, and it would be right for them, or they stay in their families. So that's a right principle, but will be affected by things that are beyond our control, really, as that works its way through. And in terms of that edge of care, we've got a lot of drivers around that. We've had a lot of work going on around that. So all of our work on our multidisciplinary service, we've built that the last year or so. We got the funding from the DFE, and that's been building to try to create an offer for children and families that adds on top of our statutory service, where we've got an adolescent offer around trying to help young people and families early around adolescent risk and adolescent need, trying to keep those families at home. We've got the neglect team that's been working with families, trying to keep children at home where they've got really quite complex neglect issues, to really put intensive intervention in. We've got a specialist assessment team we've been working to build the last year that will create really intensive interventions that will take over from the DFE funding, so it will be sustainable for the future, and that will keep children at home. In there we've got our family group conferencing offer, which is all about working with families to find a solution in their family, whether that's through special guardianship orders and all those things to keep children at home. And the family partnership has been a contract that James will have been much more involved in than me, in creating a support network for parents that have had children removed from them before to try to help that stop happening again. So there's quite a significant range of services that have come together the last year that's starting to build quite a good offer around edge of care. We've got work to do to embed it still.
I think adding on that also, it's a way of being. Partnership working is really, really important. And as we've gone through the improvement journey, there's been a lot of work with partners. Children coming into care is not good for children, it's not good for families, it's not good for anyone really. So it's getting further upstream to prevent that. So it's a way of being, it's a philosophy, and then Donna's outlined all the services. So all of that combined makes up the edge of care work that we're doing.
And if I could just address the sort of final point that you raised around the sufficiency strategy being different to what you've seen in previous years, that was a conscious effort, I think, on our behalf it's not a JSNA chapter, it's not a sort of war and peace, and what we wanted to try and do was sort of demystify some of it, really focus on kind of the gaps and where we want to focus our attention. Clearly there's a huge amount of work, as Donna's just described and Leanne's described, that's sort of not in there, and we could write 200 pages, and you've probably seen some of the other local authority sufficiency strategies, and they literally are a couple of 100 pages long. We want something that resonates not just for kind of the staff, but actually for the young people. We're going to be doing some consultation work with young people in a couple of weeks' time, with parents and carers as well, around actually something which is relatively easy to read and understand about what the problem is and how we're trying to solve it. So it was a conscious decision, very much sort of supported by Donna and Leanne.
Can I just add to that as well? That data, what you see in sufficiency strategies is you have lots of data, but tomorrow it's out of date. We've had the whole conversation about, you're looking at what data set. Very quickly, they're out of date. So we have got sitting underneath there a dynamic database, which is live. And so we know that we are daily, probably, looking at data around our children's sufficiency needs. That stays real. And then the intent, this is about a statement of intent, about where we need to focus our energy and our focus over the next couple of years, really.
Okay.
That was going to be my follow-up question, just around the fact that was the data underneath this, because this is and it is a work in progress document, so that's absolutely fine. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Any other member? Acting Vice Chair.
We go any further, I think we ought to take into consideration it is a changing picture. I mean, I now do a lot with FASD, and now we're finding that it actually, as they get older, they get more and more mental health problems, more and more difficulties. And that was something that if we'd have said that, 3 years ago, we'd have dismissed it, wouldn't we? But it's a minefield for us, really, to get everything together. And I can only say thank you for what you're trying to do. And it's not that I don't criticise sometimes, because I do, but I'm beginning to see a much bigger picture. Things change every single day. Anyway, having said that, I will now go on and put forward the recommendation of 9.1.
Is that seconded? Councillor Turpin, Elizabeth Turpin. Is that agreed? Agreed. Good. Thank you. Right. Moving on now to item 10, Council Plan Performance Monitoring Report and Strategic Risk Summary for Q3. Leanne and her colleagues will introduce the report, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I suggest we use our usual strategy and focus in on the reds. I'll get Donna, James and Retha to speak to that. Yep.
It's my note to go first, I think, there. So you'll see today we've got 7 measures which are in red for children's services. Not where we want it to be, as you'll fully agree with me, I'm sure. But looking back, I guess it's a consequence of where we were, where we've been struggling, I think, really predominantly around our staffing challenges that we've had across the service, around our vacancies. So that really talks to those caseloads on ILAC 1 and our other challenges in terms of the a percentage of children's social work posts that are substantive, the N23. So both of them, the market has been a significant challenge. I'm not going to rehearse that here, I'll be here all night, but it is really challenging at the moment. And so consequently, caseloads are higher than we want them to be, or they were at Q3. And that is improving, I can tell you, but you won't see that in this data now because it's going back over the last quarter. So we have taken action to bring in some project teams and some capacity, which is helping to get a grip of that, but it takes a while to run through the system. So when you move into our ILACs 1 and 3, they're both about, our ILACs 3 and 4, they're both about our visiting timeliness, which you can see has been significantly affected by our capacity pressures we had during that quarter. Those are regularly monitored, well overseen. Managers check every one of those. My heads of service look at that each time that performance reporting comes out. Managers are checking those daily. What we know is they'll be impacted by families not being available for visits, or there'll be a day late rather than 2, or some delay in writing things up. That is regularly checked and overseen, so I can give you some assurance about it's not a significant drift and delay where nothing is happening for children. And then when I move into ILAC 6, it's the child in need volume. And what we're seeing is we have got an uplift in referrals coming into the council. There's certainly more pressure on the front door, and then consequently you see those pressures across the system in terms of caseloads, capacity, and timeliness of doing things. So our rate of child in need is up, and that will be impacted a bit on the fact that when we've had the capacity issues we've had over that quarter, that there's more work in the system, so it's harder to get things throughput and get the timeliness of things move through, step down to perhaps early help and other spaces. And then my favourite, and mine and Councillor Johnson's favourite, we always have to have a bit of a dialogue, is the ILAC 7. You'll see there pretty much what we'd expect it to look like. Still trying to drive a trajectory upwards, but it is a long-term journey. And it will bump about, so when pressure and capacity is short in the system and we've had more challenges, we would expect ILAC 7 to be affected by that, because it will move up and down with the volume of children's cases that we're auditing at any moment in time. So that's mine, unless anyone's got any questions for me. I covered the N23 at the beginning because that's about our continuing pressures in vacancies, and you can see that's running at 30.6%.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you.
Followed by Joanne.
Chair and Donna. Yeah, I mean, it's very clear, and it has been clear for some time, and the reds are beginning to flash as a result of the N23 recruitment issue. So, you know, I've said here, and I've said at full council, and I think we, you know, lots of us have about the threat that there is to what's coming. You know, the monitoring visit, but the final ILACs as a result. Can I ask a specific question about So Councillor Isles, in her report, says that she has enabled investment, and you mentioned the project teams and those sorts of things. Is there a risk to the quality because those teams are effectively temporary? Are you satisfied? I mean, I will be confident that you'll be monitoring the work. But are you satisfied that it's going to be good enough for what we're investing? Because I suspect we're paying a substantial sum over the odds for it. So that specific question, just noting passing, you do say focus on the reds, but actually, and this isn't, I don't think, within your remit, but at some point I just want to say excess weight is now green and amber. Sorry, Jane. Sorry, I've blown it now. I might come back to that in a minute when you do that, mate. Yeah, absolutely. So yes, just on the project team.
So yes, we have taken in quite a considerable amount of capacity through investment, as Councillor Eyes has spoken about. That has created 3 project teams, plus we've got some bank capacity in as well. We've created a little bit of an unusual or different way of trying to draw in some locum capacity that created a little bit more of a flexible contract. They do cost more, as you'd expect, but we, like other local authorities, are all in the same position because the locum market has completely dried up because people have moved into project teams. So we found ourselves in the same place. We've built a contract management approach to that. So we've put those teams in alongside our own services. I know some councils have done something different, but we've put those alongside our own services so we can measure the progress, quality, impact of what they're doing, the same as what we do with all of our services. So the heads of service and the service managers have the same oversight of those teams. We measure quality the same way, we're auditing the same way, supervision happens the same way, and then on top of that we've got an additional contract management approach where we've got a monthly review and oversight process going on where we're looking at the throughput and the quality of their work and the timeliness of their work as well, so we can be confident. But the same as any staff, not even necessarily locums, there's always staff that perform well and less well, and we would take the same approach. That the thing that makes that a little bit easier in that part of our market is we've got more control about being able to make more timely decisions if that work isn't of the quality we want it to be. And we have been. We do that. We've managed those teams the same as we have all of our locum and permanent staff in.
Yep, so just I'll put my public health hat on now. So just relating to the targets that are in there relating to public health. So the one red that we've got in there is around breastfeeding initiation. The rates are slightly down on the previous quarter. It has historically tended to kind of bounce around within 2 or 3% of that number. We're in the process of updating our infant feeding strategy to look at, see if there's any more innovative ways of how we can do that. And our health visiting service does continue to monitor the continuation rates because obviously initiation is important, but actually, you know, there is an argument that continuation beyond hospital discharge is as important around supporting families to continue that breastfeeding process. So there's a lot of work going on around there. We're broadly in line with the other sort of local trusts as well. So this is obviously based on MFT's figures. Did you want me to pick up the healthy weight element?
Well, I just note that it's been red, I think, all the time I've been a councillor. It's now green and not an amber. So that's a real positive. I mean, I think there is a lesson to be drawn from that. And I think we've begun to raise it as councillors, which is there is no point targets being consistently red and indeed consistently green. And as an organisation, you know, we need to manage those that are consistently red or consistently green in order to address them, because they do represent real people's lives in one way or another. You know, all of those young people who had excess weight during all those years, that's going to impact on their long-term health. So we do need to address that. And I think that message, I mean, I think it took me a long time really to get to that stage. You know, I could see them being red all the time, but actually it's a systemic thing that we need to approach, both from the political leadership point of view, but also from the officers' point of view. There needs to be something that will jog something to change it. But having said all that, I mean, maybe it was because of the work that we did as a committee, so we did call in some work on excess weight. Scott came, I think, and then we had an update a year later. So, and during a difficult period as well, because that was over the COVID period. Sorry. So yes, good to see. So, yeah, that's all I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got 4 reds in education, 2 of which relate to the same outcomes. It's just split between all schools and then maintained schools, and that's the key stage 2. section. So for permanent exclusion, we know that we are below national, but there's still a lot of work to do in relation to ensuring that particularly those vulnerable and SEND students are not disproportionately affected by those sanctions. And there's some work to do at the earlier stages in terms of making sure that our schools actually adopt really inclusive practice so they get in there early and they prevent those exclusions from happening. And we're working with schools, in partnerships with schools, lots of different forums of various leaders at different school levels in those meetings, having really solution-focused conversations around how we can address our inclusive practice across Medway. The second one is persistent absence, and we've noted the concerns today, and we are equally concerned around the persistent absentee rate, particularly for those vulnerable learners. We do know their outcomes are significantly affected if they're not accessing full-time education. So we are remaining really vigilant and laser-focused on attendance issues across Medway, particularly those persistent absentee rates amongst our vulnerable learners, and we actually intervene at all phases, from the early intervention stages where schools can buy into our ASA attendance advisory service programme, have some advice at an earlier stage, all the way through to the penalty phase. And we are also working with the DFE in partnership to make sure that actually we have a really robust attendance strategy for all schools in Medway, including alternative provisions where some of our most vulnerable learners actually do go. For the Key Stage 2 outcomes, there's still work to do in collaboration with schools, sharing best practice, particularly in relation to early reading strategies, phonics and maths. We do know they're the foundation for learning as children progress throughout education all the way through to Key Stage 5. We've developed strong education partnerships, again, with those key leaders in school, from middle leaders all the way up to CEOs, and we're having really good debates and discussions around how we can improve school effectiveness across Medway. Our school effectiveness teams are working with leaders in schools to evaluate their curriculum and the quality of education in the hope of closing the attainment gap as rapidly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
I put my hand up to ask a question on the previous set, but I didn't get a chance to ask it. I just wanted to know, have we got enough bank staff? Because I know that's been identified here. And the locums are going to be starting soon. Do we know how soon and how many there are?
Sorry, I missed the second part of the question. So we have got enough bank staff. We've extended that. The bank staff started in September, or started to come through. We got the contract agreed in the late summer, and it took us sort of September through to November to get that onboarded, really. The project teams started in January, so it'll take us a little bit of time to see that coming through, to start to see the impact. And we know we've still got currently some pressures at the front door that perhaps will take a bit longer for us to fix, really, because we've got to get all the work moved through. So, yeah.
Okay. Joanne.
I just wanted to comment on the vicarage, because it was actually January the 16th, 2020 when it was stopped. And my worry was that we lost all that talented staff, and I wondered how you are in a climate where, you know, we're struggling to get staff, how you're going to recruit staff of calibre back to the vicarage. And also, I also wanted to ask, some local authorities are doing enablement courses, so employing social work assistants with the you know, the opportunity of training on the job to be social workers. How many of those are we having, or are we engaged in that?
So I can pick up the first bit if that's okay, Chair. So you're absolutely right, workforce is a real challenge across the sector. We've done a detailed bit of analysis across the sector to work out where the kind of market rates are. We know particularly the leadership team is a really important part of that, getting an experienced leadership team in place. So we've got, luckily, the role that we do. We have a lot of sort of connections across networks. So the advert for the registered manager is out now, so please promote it. and we've put the staffing structure which thinks it is a competitive rate with obviously the benefits of all the council benefits about having probably higher levels of leave and pensions and all of those sorts of things that you might not get in the private sector. We've also got the added advantage of the premises itself is a wonderful place to work. It really is. And the young people, and as you say, your children went along, and the general feedback from young people. I've been reading the report tonight. Was this would be a lovely place to live. And not many people say that about children's homes. So that is also an advantage. And part of the recruitment drive we're doing is getting people in to the building and the grounds and saying this is where you can work. This is different to some of the other children's homes you might have worked in before. And with regards to the retention of staff, I've got 2 of the managers of the former vicarage in my team at the moment. So we have retained some good people within the council.
Because, that was why we were so against it, really, because we were struggling in special measures when that was the only bit of outstanding that was just closed.
I'll pick up the enablement question. We're not calling it enablement in Medway, but we've got apprenticeship schemes that social worker people can train to go through that scheme. We've just started a piece of work looking at our unqualified workforce about creating that pathway through to qualification. So we're keen to do that because that's about growing our own. And you'll know we've got quite a big drive around trying to grow our own workforce. So that will be work in progress and one of our big priorities for this year as well.
So, thanks, Donna, for that. And does that help with the 11 grand fees that some of the providers are charging?
With regards to running our own provision? Yeah, no. So absolutely, we've costed it to make sure that it's cost efficient and well within market value. So yeah, there will be advantages to doing that, and clearly running these things internal. We're not going to be paying some of the market premiums that some people are asking at the moment. So there is certainly a model which was robustly gone over by everybody, including our finance colleagues over there, to say that actually it's financially viable within the framework and what we're suggesting. So yes, it absolutely will not only keep young people locally, but it will reduce the cost of the unit price of that provision. Yeah.
Okay, any other member? Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, officers, for that report. Chair, the committee is asked to consider the Q3 2022-23 performance against the measures used to monitor progress against the Council's priorities and to note the amended strategic risk summary as set out in Appendix 2. The B part, however, asks members are asked to determine whether they would like to cite of the CIP Directorate risk summary as set out in section 2.7 of the report. Are we putting that question to members now, or are we accepting it as those? We're putting that question to members, but yeah.
Clive.
Yeah, sorry, I'd forgotten about this. So this is effectively a referral from business support, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd forgotten it was coming. I think I'm partly responsible for it coming up as an idea at business support. So the principle is that we see the performance that we get, and we see the risks. And then at various points we've asked about other risks and been told, well, it's okay, they sit at a department level. And I think the principle is that we should have an awareness of that document as well. So I think that's more of an officer level document, but the principle is whether we should see that as well. So I think we should. I think the principle is we see it once we see it annually. Does it say? I can't remember. Sorry, Steph.
From what I understand from all the other ONS committees, it's supposed to be a one-off at the moment.
Well, so I would say yes, that we do, and I think, am I right in thinking other ONSs have gone through the cycle and they've said yes?
Yes, they have said yes, but on the basis that it is a one-off. We haven't determined when it will be yet. We're possibly looking at the first cycle of meetings after the elections.
No.
So do you need a response from the committee now as to whether they need a sight of that, or should we just accept that everybody's okay with that?
Are we agreed that we have sight of this document? Anybody against?
You can take a vote if you choose to.
Well, I'm just asking. Anybody against it? No, fine. Put it in.
Okay, so we will.
Okay, is that seconded? Councillor Turpin. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Right. Finally, the work programme. Item 11. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah. Right, Stephanie is going to introduce the report and Leanne will introduce the addendum.
Just one thing, sorry, to bring to your attention regarding the main work programme, which is the outstanding briefing notes. I'm hoping that we will have the final 2 briefing notes by the end of March, which are the update on the youth CIO and also the general report on suicide. The report has been completed, but officers felt that it was too technical, so it's been revised at the moment with the view of it being ready by the end of March to be circulated to the committee, and which will mean that we don't have any outstanding briefing notes or reports, hopefully, at the end of this cycle of meetings.
Thank you, Chair. The addendum report, which is agenda item 11, is actually quite an exciting report for me, if you'll forgive me for saying. But it does build on the very good work that we have gone on over this electoral cycle. When I first joined Medway, I think the children's scrutiny members and the rest, you know, we're not just members, we have other people on board with this ONS. We're really keen to know how best to scrutinise, and I think through the training with the LGA, through the data workshops, etc., we as a group have become more sophisticated. And this is the last meeting of this electoral cycle, so it seems only right and proper to me that we draw a line and perhaps suggest other ways of working. Now, one of the things that I have been very keen to do is try and carve out some time to absolutely focus on themes. Because you'll see tonight we've got this, we've got education, we've got, you know, lots and lots of different things, but it feels like maybe sometimes we don't get underneath some of these issues. So this report, you know, there was the self-assessment done by both political groups here tonight. There's been the training of the Local Government Association, as I've said. And the suggestion is, and it's interesting, other members of ONS have now left and we are still carrying on. Because one of the things that I know the Chair and I were keen to do was to make sure that whatever model we came up with was inclusive. And we used to have a young person who attended this, and that hasn't happened for a while. And I think maybe it's the lateness of the hour that these meetings go to that becomes prohibitive. So inclusion is important as well. So the suggestion here is that in the new electoral cycle, we move to a hybrid model. So we use 2/3 of the allocated time to devote to scrutinise a theme. It might be devoted to education, it might be devoted to children's social care, and 1/3 is devoted to necessary business. So that's the model, Chair, and there's some recommendations there, so I'll hand over to you.
Right, any questions, members? Clive.
When I saw this in the last few days, I was initially a bit disappointed because we did put a lot of work into, I'm sure both political groups did, I obviously only saw the one that I prepared, a lot of thought and effort went into that, and that wasn't because we were trying to lay down how things should be. It was a active discussion. So my understanding is that the idea of the themed meeting is the first step, but there will still be consideration of other ways of working, other changes. I think your analysis of improvement in ONS, I think, is absolutely right. I think we do it a lot better. I think there's still a way to go with that. So I'm happy to support that as a first step. And on the work programme, there is, I think, an item for further discussion of other ways of doing things on there. So, that will take place as and when with the new committee, and that's absolutely fine as it should be. But I think you're attempting to establish just that principle, that structural principle early on. I'm personally happy to support that.
Okay. Any other member? Oh. Okay, go for it. Vice Chair.
Okay. I move that the committee note the report. Do you want me to touch on 6.1 and 6.2? Yep. Mm-hmm. The committee is asked to recommend approval of the proposed ways of working outlined in Section 2 of the addendum report to the first meeting of the committee post-elections. The committee is asked to delegate authority for the construction of an initial themed work program to the Director of People in consultation with the committee chairman, vice chairman, and the opposition spokesperson, which will be presented to the first meeting of the committee post-elections for consideration.
Is that agreed? Who's that seconded? Sorry. Councillor Tranter. Is that agreed? Agreed. Okay, well, there'll be no other. Yes.
Chair, with your approval, I am aware that this is the last meeting of the electoral cycle, and I know that some of you have chosen to retire, some of you are not seeking re-election, etc., etc. So I just wanted to take this time to thank you for all your support, all your hard work on behalf of the children, young people and families of Medway. And to say on behalf of my officers, it has been a real pleasure to support you as you strove to provide the best for Medway's children, young people and families. So just a sincere thanks to you all, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you very much. On that note, happy note.
I think, Chair, we ought to make the effort too of thanking the staff, because I think all of us that are stepping down have always been well supported. And it's been a pleasure working with you, Leanne, and you've taken our children's services and our adult services and have worked extremely hard. Okay. And I wish you all the best in the world, and I'm sure you'll do it, because, as I say, you picked the short straw, but all of you are doing excellent jobs. So a big thank you from me personally.
Well done, thank you.
your microphone.
I said we've worked hard as a team, as a group and as a team. We've had some very stressful things that we've had to look at in the past. But, you know, we've come through it all with tenacity and determination. I, for one, am going to miss this committee, but I'm going to miss corporate parenting most. but it has been a delight most of the time to work with you all and my colleagues, of course.
I'd like to just say thank you to all of you guys on both sides on the friendly way in which we've conducted our meetings. I think we are the friendly committee of the council, so and well done for that, and thank you. And thank you, Clive, and I wish you well, and I'm quite sorry to hear that you're leaving. It's a great shame, a great loss to the council. But you've still got Tristan. Okay, good night, thank you very much. Have a safe journey home.